Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube.
Chapter 1.1 The Last Normal Drive-In. I have only told this whole story one time from beginning to end. And even then it was across a table to a man who kept checking his watch like he already knew which parts he was going to believe and which parts he was going to file away under grief, exposure, and shock. I never wrote it down. Writing something makes it feel official, permanent. It gives shape to things that are better left indistinct. Because once you pin them in place, they have a way of staring back at you. But if I'm going to tell it right, I have to start with the drive-in, because that was the last part of it that still belonged to ordinary life. My name is Evan Mercer. I was 34 that fall, and my younger brother Caleb was 26. We had been making that October trip into the hills in some form or another, since we were old enough to carry more than a thermos and a pocket knife. Before that, our father took us with him. He was the kind of man who treated hunting less like sport and more like ritual. Check the weather twice, gas up the truck the night before, lay out your gear in the garage where you could see if anything was missing. He liked things done in a certain order. There was comfort in that when I was a kid. Even after I got old enough to roll my eyes at some of his habits, I still kept them. So did Caleb, though he'd have died before admitting it. Dad had been gone 5 years by then. Heart attack. Sudden, stupid, unfair. The kind that makes people say, at least it was quick, like that's supposed to help. After the funeral, the hunting trip became the one thing Caleb and I never argued about canceling. Jobs changed, girlfriends came and went, trucks broke down. One year I had the flu bad enough to sweat through the sheets for a week. And still, we went. It felt less like a decision than something inherited. Like one of the few remaining chores that belonged to the dead. That year, though, I remember feeling off before we ever crossed into the timber. Part of it was simple fatigue. I'd been working too much and sleeping badly. Nothing dramatic. Just the kind of drawn-out tiredness that makes your eyes feel grainy and your thoughts arrive half a second later than they should. I was living alone then, in a rental house outside Rapid City, with thin walls and a furnace that clicked all night long. I'd gotten used to waking at 3 or 4 in the morning and never really dropping back under. By the time Caleb pulled into my driveway before dawn, I'd already been up for an hour, drinking stale coffee and standing in my kitchen with one hand on the counter like I was bracing myself for weather. He leaned on the horn once, short and cheerful, because he knew I hated it. When I stepped outside, the cold had that dry, metallic edge South Dakota gets in late October. The kind that bites your teeth if you inhale too deep. His truck headlights washed across my yard and caught the bare lower branches of the cottonwood by the fence, turning them white for a second before the motion shifted. Caleb rolled down the passenger window and grinned at me. "You look terrible," he said. "You sound too awake." I've had gas station coffee and exactly 4 hours of sleep. I'm operating on faith. That makes one of us. He laughed, and there it was. That sound that always got me for a second. Not because Caleb sounded exactly like our father, but because every so often he would hit the same rough note in the middle of a laugh, the same little hitch in the throat, and my body would recognize it before my mind did. It happened fast and passed fast, but it always left something behind. I tossed my duffel and rifle case into the back seat and climbed in. The truck smelled like old coffee, cold vinyl, and the fried food grease that never fully leaves paper bags. There were receipts on the dash, a pair of work gloves in the cup holder, and 2 empty energy drink cans rolling around on the floor near my boots. Behind us, the cooler in the truck bed rattled every time Caleb took a corner a little too quick. And from the back seat, I could hear the hard plastic bump of ammo boxes shifting against my pack. It was still mostly dark when we pulled out. Streetlights gave way to long, unlit roads, and then to open country where the land spread flat and black under a sky just beginning to think about morning. Fence lines flashed in and out of the headlights. Farmhouses sat far off from the road with 1 or 2 yellow windows lit, each one looking self-contained and impossibly distant. The heater clicked on and off with a dry tick that never sounded healthy. Caleb had to slap the dash once to get the fan to stop whining. "Truck's in great shape," I said. "She's got character." "She's got a death rattle." He shrugged. "That's just because you worry professionally." I looked over at him. "You're in a good mood." "I'm going hunting." "You're always going hunting." "Yeah, but this year I'm actually going to get something." "You said that last year." "And the year before that. And eventually I'm gonna be right. That's called consistency." He drove one-handed, loose and comfortable, drumming his fingers lightly on the steering wheel between stretches of talking. Caleb had always moved through the world like it was built with a little more forgiveness for him than it was for other people. Not stupid, not careless exactly, but lucky in the way that can blur into recklessness if nobody pushes back. He still carried himself like a younger brother even when we were both old enough to know better. He liked bad ideas if they came packaged as stories he might get to tell later. That morning, he was full of them. He talked about a stretch of old game country west of Hill City that a guy from work had mentioned. Less pressure, better sign. Harder access, but that just meant fewer orange vests stomping around every drainage with a cheap call and no patience. He had printed topo maps folded in the console and kept tapping them every few minutes as if the paper itself proved the plan was solid. "We push a little farther in than most people want to," he said. "Find where they've been bedding off the ridge, and we sit quiet. That's all this is." "That's never all this is. You make everything sound harder than it is. And you make everything sound easier than it is. That's why this arrangement works." He grinned without looking away from the road. "Dad used to say the exact same thing. Dad also used to say you'd get yourself killed trying to prove you weren't tired. That was because he believed in naps like they were medical treatment." He was right. Of course he was right. He's dead. Dead people are always right. That line should have bothered me more than it did. Maybe it did, in some deep part of me I didn't feel until later. At the time, I just shook my head and looked out the window. The sun never really broke clean that morning. It leaked slowly into the sky behind a layer of high gray cloud, turning the fields and low hills the color of old steel. Out west, the timbered ridges looked darker than they should have at that hour, like weather had settled there early and decided to wait. We passed a deer on the shoulder not long after Hermosa, dead and bloated slightly at the gut, one hind leg twisted under it at the wrong angle. The hide had gone dull in the cold. Caleb glanced at it and clicked his tongue once. "Good sign," he said. "For what?" "That we're not the only things moving this morning." I didn't answer. Something about the way it lay there stayed with me longer than it should have. Maybe because the body looked oddly untouched. No crows, no scavengers. Just the shape of it beside the road in the half-light, as if it had been set there and forgotten. The radio signal started fading not long after that. First the country station went fuzzy, then clear again, then dissolved into a bed of static with a voice fighting under it from somewhere too far away to matter. Caleb switched stations twice, got 5 seconds of classic rock, then a preacher, then nothing but hiss. He smacked the tuner with the heel of his hand. Great. We'll get it back closer to town. We are not closer to town. You know what I mean. He let the static run for another minute before turning it off entirely. After that, the truck felt smaller. The heater clicked. The tires hummed. The coffee in my stomach had gone sour enough that I could taste it every time I swallowed. Caleb drove with his elbow against the window and started talking about elk movement to fill the silence. He'd seen fresh sign the week before while scouting a different area. Rubbed trees, good-sized tracks pressed into damp soil, droppings still dark. He was convinced they'd shifted lower early because of the cold front. I half listened and half watched the landscape sliding past us. Pastures gone pale from frost, wire gates, stands of cottonwood already stripped down to black branches. Every so often the headlights or the low morning sun would catch a line of fence posts and make them flash one after another, like somebody turning a row of bones in the dirt. At a gas stop outside Hill City, the frost still clung to the shaded side of the pumps and the gravel along the building. Caleb topped off the tank while I went inside for coffee I didn't want and hand warmers we probably wouldn't need if we'd packed properly the night before. My reflection in the glass door looked older than I felt and more tired than I wanted to admit. Behind the station, beyond a row of dumpsters and a leaning ice freezer, the ground dipped away toward a stand of leafless trees holding on to the last of the cold. When I came back out, Caleb was standing with both hands shoved into the pockets of his jacket, looking west. "You ever get the feeling," he said, "that if we actually went where Dad wanted to go all those years, we'd have found something worth the trouble?" I handed him the coffee. He mostly wanted to sit still and freeze in peace. No, I mean those places he talked about and then never took us. The ones he'd point at on the map and say, maybe next year. He said maybe next year about everything. Yeah, Caleb smiled faintly, but there was less joking in it than usual. Still, that was another thing that felt different about him that year. Beneath all the talking, all the easy humor, there was a push to him, a restlessness. As if he had decided before he picked me up that this trip needed to become something more than what it had always been. Maybe he wanted proof of something. Maybe he just wanted a better story. I don't know. Looking back, all I know for sure is that he kept steering us deeper every chance he got. And I kept letting him because he was my brother, and because ordinary life teaches you to ignore the first 10 bad instincts if none of them come with evidence attached. We got back on the road. The truck heater kept ticking. The rifle cases shifted in the back every time we hit washboard or cracked pavement. Fast food wrappers whispered around our boots with each turn. Caleb drank his coffee too fast, burned his mouth, swore, and laughed again. And once more, I heard our father in it so clearly that for half a second, I almost turned to the back seat. By then, the sky had flattened into one long lid of gray. The higher ground ahead looked dimmer than the land around it, as if the hills were storing weather inside the trees. We crossed a stretch where there was no signal at all on either of our phones, not even the lonely one-bar tease you get in remote country before it drops for good. Caleb held his phone up by the windshield and wiggled it like that might help. "Nothing," he said. "That's why they make maps." "Yeah, but maps don't let me ignore calls from work with plausible deniability." "You should have thought of that before becoming employable." He snorted and tucked the phone back into the console. Then we drove for a while without talking. That silence wasn't frightening. Not yet. It still belonged to brothers who knew each other too well to perform conversation every minute of a long drive. But I remember the exact feeling of it settling in around us. The hum of tires, the soft rattle of the cooler in the bed, the heater clicking, the low dark of distant timber under a sky that seemed to be coming down rather than lifting up. There was still time then to turn around. There was still time to stop in a diner somewhere, order eggs and burnt toast, complain about weather, and call the whole thing off for one more year. Nothing had happened yet except a dead deer, a dead radio, and a bad feeling I couldn't justify. That was the last clean stretch of the world, and I knew it only afterward. At the time, all I knew was that Caleb looked alive in a way I hadn't seen in months, and I was too tired to argue hard enough to change where we were headed. So I sat there with the coffee cooling in my hand and watched the road carry us west, deeper into the low gray country, toward the timber our father had always studied on maps a little longer than necessary. Neither of us said it out loud, but both of us felt it when the open land finally began to narrow and the first dark trees appeared ahead in broken lines beyond the fences. The trip had started. Chapter 1.2. The warning at the convenience store. We stopped at the store a little after 7, maybe closer to 7:30. I remember checking the clock on the dash because Caleb had been making good time, and I was trying to decide whether that made me feel impressed or uneasy. Out in that part of the hills, time in the morning can get slippery. The sky was bright enough to call it day, but the sun still hadn't really committed. Everything beyond the road looked washed in cold silver and weak shadow, like the land was still waiting for permission to wake up. The convenience store sat off the highway near a bend where the road narrowed between stands of pine and bare-limbed cottonwood. It wasn't much to look at. Low cinder block building, faded signage, a pair of gas pumps under a canopy that had probably been repaired more times than replaced. One soda machine sat out front with one side of the panel busted in. There was a stack of bundled firewood by the door, wrapped in blue plastic, and a handwritten sign taped crookedly to the window advertising breakfast burritos that looked like they had been there since the Clinton administration. Caleb pulled in too fast, gravel popping under the tires, and parked nose first by the pumps. "You want anything?" he asked. "Depends. How bad's the coffee smell from here?" He grinned. "Strong enough to dissolve old injuries." "Then I'll pass." "You always say that, and then you buy one anyway." Because he was right, I ended up climbing out and following him inside. The cold hit hard the second the truck door opened. It had sharpened since our last stop. The kind of high country morning cold that slips into your sleeves and finds skin fast. There was frost clinging to the shadowed gravel near the ice chest, and a thin white crust feathering the edge of the concrete step up to the door. My breath followed me inside in a cloud that vanished under the store's stale warmth. The first thing that hit me was the smell. Burnt coffee, old fryer grease, floor cleaner, and that faint medicinal chill chest freezers always seem to push into the air around them. The inside lights were harsh and too white. Fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead with a tired electric hum that made the whole place feel flatter than it should have. A small display of lottery tickets sat behind the register beside cigarette cartons and a jar of pickled sausages gone cloudy in their own red liquid. On one wall, there was a rack with jerky, energy bars, wool socks, and cheap hunting gloves in plastic packaging. Another shelf held windshield washer fluid, canned chili, and coils of neon orange rope. Somewhere near the back, a chest freezer hummed steadily enough that I could feel the vibration in the soles of my boots when I stopped walking. The woman at the register barely looked up from her phone when we came in. Caleb headed straight for the coffee with the confidence of a man who had survived enough bad gas station coffee to stop fearing consequences. I drifted toward the jerky and gloves,
Partly because I still didn't want coffee, and partly because I'd spent enough years in places like that to know that if you stand still long enough, you hear more than people expect you to. There were only 3 other people in the store. A rancher-looking guy in a tan cap comparing dip prices by the counter. A teenager stocking chips badly, one-handed, with earbuds in.
And an older native man standing near the coffee station with a paper cup in one hand and a faded denim jacket buttoned all the way to his throat. At first, I only noticed him because he was looking at us. Not openly, not enough to be rude, just the way people do in small places when strangers come in, carrying themselves like they're passing through instead of belonging. He had silver in his hair at the temples and deep lines around the mouth and eyes. Not the loose folds of age exactly, but the kind that come from weather, sun, and a life spent paying attention to distances. One hand hung by his side with a beaded keychain looped over 2 fingers. There was nothing theatrical or mystical about him, nothing that would have registered as unusual if I had passed him in any other store on any other morning. Caleb, naturally, started talking before he had even gotten the lid onto his coffee.
You still think we ought to swing west past Hill City and come in from the old road?
He asked me over his shoulder. If by swing west you mean add an hour because you trust your printer more than a current map, then no. He snorted. You sound 70. I sound like I like getting back to the truck before dark. He leaned against the counter, smiling. That's because you've never trusted good country unless a lot of other people already ruined it. I trust country that doesn't require excuses. He took a sip, made a face because it was too hot, and then said the line that changed the room. Black Elk Ridge isn't exactly Everest, Evan. The older man turned his head. It was a small movement, but I remember it because it happened before I had even fully processed the words myself. 1 second he was staring into his coffee. The next, he was looking at Caleb with an expression so mild, it took me another few beats to realize it wasn't indifference at all. It was attention, sharp and immediate. He stepped a little closer, not intruding exactly, just enough to make it clear the question was no longer accidental. "You boys headed up there?" he asked. His voice was low and even. Not dramatic, not gravelly, just careful. Caleb, who had never once in his life recognized a warning before it finished unfolding, gave him an easy smile. "Thinking about it." The older man nodded once. "Thinking about it and doing it aren't always the same thing." "Where exactly?" There was no challenge in the question, but there was precision. The kind of precision that makes you answer more carefully, even if you don't know why. Caleb glanced at me, then back at him. "Old game country west of Hill City," he said. "We've got some maps. Figured we'd try the timber off the ridge and see what sign looks like." The man's face changed. That's the closest phrase I have for it, and it still feels lazy. He didn't go pale, didn't flinch, didn't narrow his eyes in some movie version of dread. It was subtler than that. Something in him settled. Not fear exactly. Recognition, maybe. The kind you see when somebody hears a detail that connects too neatly to something they already know. He looked from Caleb to me and back again, weighing which one of us might actually listen. "You hunting?" he asked. "Yes, sir," I said. He nodded again. "Then I'll tell you something the short way." Caleb gave me a quick sideways look like, "Here we go," and I felt a flicker of embarrassment before the man had even started. That was part of the trap of places like that. Nobody wants to be the outsider standing in a store hearing local superstition and taking it too seriously. The old man set his coffee down on the counter beside the creamer tray. "If you see red cloth tied low on the trees," he said, "leave before dark." Caleb smiled politely, the way people do when they think they're being humored. "Red cloth?" The man kept his eyes on him. "Low, not eye level, not high enough to catch for deer ribbon. Knee height, maybe lower." Something in the way he said it made the store seem quieter, even with the fluorescent buzzing overhead and the freezer humming behind us. Caleb let out a small breath through his nose, not quite a laugh. "Private property marker?" The old man didn't answer that right away. He seemed to consider whether Caleb had actually misunderstood him or was choosing to flatten the warning into something manageable. "Don't untie it," he said. "Don't carry it. Don't sleep where the markers start." The rancher by the counter had gone still enough that I noticed him in my peripheral vision. Not because he was staring, he wasn't, but because he had stopped rustling his wallet. Even the cashier had finally looked up. Caleb shifted his weight and smiled again, smaller now, but still smiling. "You talking about somebody messing with hunters?" The old man's gaze moved to me then. I wish I could say I met it cleanly. What I really did was hold it just long enough to understand something I didn't want to understand. He wasn't trying to entertain us. He wasn't trying to scare us either. He was trying to stop a pattern he expected to repeat. "It isn't marking land," he said. That line would stay with me later in a way almost nothing else from that morning did. Maybe because of how plain he said it. No pause for effect. No change in tone. "It's marking behavior." Caleb actually laughed then. Not cruelly, not mocking him to his face. More the way somebody laughs when a thing lands, half inside joke, half local legend. He lifted his coffee a little, as if acknowledging the story. "That's a new one," he said. The old man ignored the laugh. He was still looking at me. "Some places don't need fences," he said. "They need habits." The words were so odd, so specific, that I felt something cold settle in the center of my chest before my brain had a chance to sort it into any useful category. The rational part of me kicked in almost immediately after. Old story. Local warning. Maybe a way of saying people vanish if they camp stupid in bad weather. Maybe his family had a story tied to that land and he didn't like strangers treating it casually. All of those explanations were possible. What stayed with me was not just what he said, but how he said it, without any trace of performance. No leaning in, no ghost story voice. He sounded like a man explaining that a bridge washed out every spring and some idiot always drove onto it anyway. Caleb glanced at me again, waiting for me to rescue the conversation from awkwardness. I gave the kind of half nod people give when they want to be respectful without agreeing to anything. "Appreciate it." The old man studied me for another second. Then he picked up his coffee. "Most people only get warned once," he said. He turned and walked toward the register like the conversation was over, because to him, it probably was. Caleb waited until the man was out of earshot, at least what he thought was out of earshot, before leaning toward me and lowering his voice. "Well," he said, "that's cheerful." I kept my eyes on the glove rack. "Maybe we listen." He barked out a laugh. "To what? Leave if we see scary ribbon?" "Low ribbon." He smirked. "You serious?" "No." It came out too fast. Fast enough that even he noticed. He tilted his head. "You are a little serious." I shrugged, suddenly irritated at him for making me hear myself.
I'm serious that I don't like walking into some local feud with trespass markers and drunk guys in side-by-sides. That's not what that was. No kidding. He took another sip and winced. You really think there's anything to it? I looked past him toward the register.
The old man was paying in cash, speaking quietly to the cashier. He never once glanced back at us. Somehow, that made the whole thing worse. I think he believed it, I said. Caleb followed my gaze and then shrugged. People believe a lot of things. That's true. Come on, he said, brightening again with the relief of having decided the matter for both of us. If we see a little red cloth, we'll salute it and keep moving. Something about that bothered me more than the warning had. Not because the joke was especially bad, because it was exactly how ordinary people step over the edge of bad situations, by making them small enough to carry in a laugh. I grabbed a bag of jerky I didn't want just to have something to do with my hands. By the time we paid and stepped back outside, the cold felt sharper than before, the air thinner somehow. Gravel crunched under our boots. The sun had climbed, but the light still seemed weak on the tree line west of the road. Caleb walked ahead of me, shoulders loose, coffee in hand, already talking about access points again, like the conversation inside had evaporated the second he crossed the threshold. I opened the truck door and stopped for half a second before getting in. Across the lot, near the edge where the packed dirt gave way to weeds and a drainage ditch, a strip of faded red something fluttered low on a length of wire fencing. It might have been old survey tape, might have been trash, might have been nothing at all. It was there and then not there, hidden again when the wind shifted. I didn't point it out. That embarrassed me then, and it embarrasses me now, because part of me didn't point at it simply because I didn't want Caleb laughing again. I didn't want to sound gullible. Didn't want to step into the truck carrying someone else's fear when we had barely even started the day. So I got in. Shut the door. Let the heater click and the engine idle rough for a second before Caleb pulled us back onto the road. He was still smiling, still talking, still exactly himself. But I kept seeing the old man's face in the fluorescent store light. Not frightened, not dramatic, not eager to impress us with mystery. Just tired in a way I recognized only later. The tiredness of someone who had seen the same mistake enough times to know the warning wouldn't sound big enough until after it was too late. I never told Caleb that part. Not then. By the time I understood the difference between a ghost story and a prevention, we were already too deep in. Chapter 1.3. First marker, first mistake. By the time we reached the trailhead, the day already felt used up. That was the first practical mistake, separate from all the others that came later and felt less practical than fatal. We had lost time to the long way around, to coffee, to stopping twice over maps Caleb insisted were accurate because he had printed them from a hunting forum and highlighted them with 3 different colors. Like that turned guesswork into certainty. The sky had never fully brightened, and by early afternoon it had begun slipping toward evening in that deceptive autumn way the hills can manage. Light still technically there, but thinning at the edges, draining color from the trees and ground before the sun is anywhere near gone. The trailhead itself was barely more than a widened patch of dirt off an old service road, half hidden by pine and scrub oak. There was no signboard, no register box, no posted map under plexiglass. Just 2 deep tire ruts hardened by old weather, a fire ring someone had built out of pale stones, and a beer can flattened into the mud near the brush line. One other vehicle had been there recently, maybe that morning, judging by the tread marks pressed into the softer ground. But it was gone now. Whatever comfort I might have taken from that disappeared the moment I stepped out and looked at how still the road already seemed behind us. Caleb shut off the engine, and the silence that followed felt larger than silence should. Not threatening, not yet, just total. The kind that makes a truck tick to itself in cooling metal and suddenly sound alive. "Well," Caleb said, stretching his shoulders, "this looks right. It looks like nobody wants to break an axle getting here. That's how you know it's good." I got out slower than he did and stood for a second with the truck door open, letting cold air move under my jacket. It smelled like wet dirt, pine sap, old leaves, and the mineral sharpness that comes off rock after the temperature drops. The road behind us bent away fast between the trees. Ahead, beyond the brush line, the timber climbed in dark bands toward higher ground I couldn't fully see from where we stood. The ridge itself was still hidden, but I could feel it in the slope of the land and the way the air seemed to settle heavier in that direction. We geared up in the usual order because routine survives longer than judgment. Rifles checked, packs cinched, water counted. Caleb hauled the cooler farther into the truck bed and locked it beneath the cover, then slammed it shut with more confidence than necessary. My pack felt heavier than it should have when I shouldered it. Food, spare socks, hand warmers, field kit, rope, extra ammunition, small stove. The kind of load that doesn't bother you in a parking lot, but begins introducing itself one muscle at a time half an hour later. "You good?" Caleb asked. "No," he grinned. "Perfect." The first stretch in was easier than I expected. The ground sloped gradually through mixed pine and spruce, with patches of dead grass and low brush between. Needles softened the trail under our boots. The air stayed cold enough that each breath felt clean going down, sharp in the throat and satisfying in the lungs. We found elk sign quickly. Dark droppings, tracks in damp earth where the shade held moisture. One young pine rubbed raw in long vertical streaks where velvet had come off antlers not too long before. Caleb crouched over that one like it was confirmation of a private argument he had already won. "See," he said. "Told you." "I didn't say there weren't elk." "No, but you were thinking it." "I was thinking you'd get us in too late." He stood and looked deeper into the trees with that bright, keyed-up expression he always got when a plan began feeding him proof. "We've still got time. We've got enough time to do one thing right, and that thing is not get ambitious." He laughed under his breath and started walking again. For the first hour, maybe a little more, the country felt almost generous. That was the problem with it. Beautiful land makes bad decisions feel reasonable. The pines stood tall and dark, but open enough in places to let strips of gray light reach the ground. Granite outcrops rose here and there through the timber, their faces stained black with moisture. A pair of ravens passed overhead once, their calls carrying farther than expected in the cold. Somewhere off to our left, something large moved through brush and then stopped. Probably deer. Once, on a slope where the trees thinned, I looked back and caught a glimpse of lower country beyond us, the open, washed-out distance of western South Dakota under a low lid of cloud, all of it already feeling farther away than it should have. That was the last time the day looked wide. Caleb moved faster whenever he found fresh sign, and the sign kept appearing just far enough ahead to reward him for it. More tracks, deeper now. Another rubbed trunk. A bedding area pressed into dead grass near a fallen log. He would stop, scan, say something like, "Just a little farther," and I would follow, because each new piece of evidence made the next bad choice feel justified. That's one of the things people who haven't spent much time in rough country don't always understand. You usually don't get lost all at once. You get convinced in stages. By the second hour, the packs had settled into our shoulders with that mean, familiar heaviness that turns every uphill section into a quiet negotiation. Sweat gathered under my base layer despite the cold. The inside of my hat band went damp. Every time I stopped moving, the air found the heat trapped under my jacket and stripped it away. Caleb seemed less bothered. He always ran hot.
He hiked with his jacket open and his sleeves shoved up part way, steam almost rising off him when we paused. "You want to call it?" I asked once when we came to a narrow rise littered with deadfall. He turned, breathing hard but smiling. "For what? We're not even in it yet. We're far enough in to make camp before dark and hunt from here in the morning." He looked past me downslope, as if the truck might somehow still be visible if he tilted his head right. "Too low. It's sheltered. It's low. There's a difference between a hunting trip and a lesson in overconfidence." He started moving again before I finished the sentence. "You coming?" I did. The light kept changing as we climbed. Not dramatically. Just enough that I noticed how often I was glancing up. Cloud thickened overhead. What little brightness filtered through the canopy lost warmth and turned the ground flat. The woods themselves began to feel denser, even where the tree spacing hadn't changed. Sound didn't disappear, not yet, but it seemed to move differently.
A branch snapping under Caleb's boot echoed less than it should have. The faint hiss of wind overhead became harder to locate. Once we passed through a patch of aspens already half bare, and the few remaining leaves shivered with a dry paper sound that made me think briefly of something small moving ahead of us. Then the aspens were behind us, and we found the cloth. It was Caleb who saw it first. "Hey," he said, stopping so suddenly I almost walked into him. He pointed with 2 fingers. "There you go." At first, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The strip was narrow, maybe the width of 2 fingers, tied around a young sapling growing beside the faint game trail we'd been following. It sat low, just about knee height, exactly where brush and dead grass could have hidden it if the red hadn't been so wrong against all that muted country.
The color was old but still there. A dull, weathered red, gone darker at the folds with dirt and age. Not bright survey ribbon. Not something recently dropped by hikers. It had been tied with deliberate care, the knot drawn tight enough that the bark beneath it looked pinched. For 1 second, the image meant nothing. Then it meant everything at once. I saw the convenience store lights again, the old man's face, the way he had said low, not eye level, not high enough for deer ribbon. The memory hit so cleanly it felt physical. "Leave it," I said. Caleb crouched near it, one knee cracking softly through dead needles. "This thing?" "Yeah." He looked over his shoulder at me, with a grin already forming. "You've got to be kidding." "I'm not." He reached toward it anyway. "Evan, come on." "Caleb." The use of his full name should have stopped him. Usually it did. This time it only made him smile wider. Not because he was trying to be cruel, but because he thought he had caught me being superstitious. "What?" he said. "You think gas station grandpa put a curse on the woods?" "That's not what I said." "No, but it's what your face said." He pinched the cloth between 2 fingers and tugged once, experimentally. It held. "Don't," I said. He gave it a harder pull. "It's a strip of fabric." The knot came loose with a faint, dry sound. He held it up between 2 fingers, let it dangle, then turned it over as if expecting some clue to appear in the weave. Up close, it looked even less accidental. Not torn from a shirt or dropped from a pack. Cut clean at one end, frayed at the other with age.
The cloth looked handled, not lost. Caleb sniffed it theatrically. "No ghosts." "Throw it back." He laughed and flicked it aside into the brush. The moment it left his hand, the woods changed.
People hear a sentence like that and think I mean some dramatic, cinematic thing. Sudden screaming, trees shaking, a shadow moving. It wasn't like that. It was subtler, which is why it felt worse. A second before, I had been aware of small, ordinary sounds without really paying attention to them. The whisper of needles overhead, a far bird call, the faint movement of air across brush. A second after, all of that was gone so completely that I could hear Caleb's jacket fabric creak as he stood up. He noticed it too. His smile faded first, then his eyes shifted past me into the trees. "Huh," he said. Neither of us spoke for a few seconds. I remember hearing my own breathing and realizing I had unconsciously slowed it, as if there were already something in the stillness that shouldn't be disturbed. "Wind dropped," Caleb said at last, but quietly now. Yeah, that was another part of it. Our voices had changed. Neither of us chose it. Neither of us said, "Let's keep it down." But from that point on, we both talked lower, as if the woods had narrowed around us and made normal volume feel disrespectful or dangerous. Caleb glanced at the brush where he'd thrown the cloth. I expected him to go pick it up then, maybe re-tie it just to prove he wasn't bothered. He didn't. He stood there with one hand on the strap of his pack, looking into the trees with a concentration that had not been there a moment earlier. "You hear anything?" he asked. "No." I heard our boots when we started moving again. That was the next wrong thing. Not just that I heard them, but how sharply. Every step seemed too distinct, too separate from the ground, as if the layer of needles and dirt had hardened under us into something thin and hollow. Even when we tried to place our feet carefully, the sound of contact traveled farther than it should have. Twice I caught myself turning slightly, convinced I had heard a second rhythm behind us, only to realize it was the echo of our own movement coming back wrong through the timber. We should have turned around then. I know that. I knew enough to know it then. But bad country doesn't always defeat you by making you panic. Sometimes it defeats you by giving you just enough doubt to stay rational. The cloth could still have meant nothing. The silence could still have been weather. The change in the woods could still have been our nerves catching hold of a suggestion because an old man in a convenience store had been too specific and we were stupid enough to remember. That is how ordinary thinking keeps its hand on the wheel, right up until the road disappears. "We camp close," I said, after another 15 minutes of that hush. "No more pushing." Caleb nodded immediately, and that unsettled me almost as much as the silence had. Usually he would have argued, teased, bargained for one more rise, one more drainage, one more stand of trees ahead. Instead, he only nodded and scanned the ground, then the timber, then the slope above us. We found a clearing not long after, a cramped little pocket between spruce and young pine, narrow enough that 2 tents would have fit only if we were careful, with a fallen log at one end and granite pushing up through the soil at the other. It wasn't good, but it was level enough and partly sheltered from the wind, if the wind ever decided to come back. Setting camp felt wrong from the start. Not because anything moved around us. Nothing did. That was the problem. The whole time we worked, the woods watched in the way empty places sometimes seem to watch when they are too empty. No birds lifted from nearby branches. No squirrels cursed from the trunks. No far-off engine drifted in from any road. The little chores of camp, unrolling sleeping pads, staking corners, clearing sticks away from the fire ring, checking the stove fuel,
sounded absurdly loud. At one point, Caleb dropped a tent stake and both of us flinched. "Jesus," he muttered, and even that came out half-whispered. I looked over at him. "Still think it was just a piece of cloth?" He didn't answer right away. He yanked a guy line tighter than it needed to be and kept his eyes on his hands. "I think we're both a little keyed up," he said. "That's not an answer." He finally looked at me. Some of the easy brightness had gone out of him now. Not all of it, but enough that I could see him measuring his own words before saying them. "I think," he said, "we hunt in the morning, and if this still feels off, we head back." "This already feels off." He gave me a tired half-smile that never reached his eyes. "Then I guess we agree." We ate without appetite and without much conversation. The stove hissed softly. Steam rose from our food and vanished fast in the cold. Dusk kept thickening in the trees around us until it became hard to tell where the clearing ended and the timber began. Usually that transition happened slowly enough to feel natural. That evening, it felt like somebody drawing a lid closed 1 inch at a time. I stood once to piss just beyond the edge of camp and caught myself looking for red in the brush without meaning to. There was nothing there, only dead grass, low branches, and dark trunks crowding closer now that the light had flattened. But the fact that I looked at all stayed with me. When I came back, Caleb was sitting on the log with his elbows on his knees, staring into the trees rather than at the stove. "You hear that?" I asked. "Hear what?" I listened. Nothing. "No," I said. "I guess not." He nodded once, still looking out into the dark. By the time full night settled, it felt less like darkness arriving than like the forest had finally decided to stop pretending it was ordinary. No attack came. No voice. No footsteps. Nothing crossed the edge of camp. But the quiet held. It held so completely, so deliberately, that even before anything else happened, I understood one thing with an ugly, private certainty I did not want to name. The old man had not been warning us about fear. He had been warning us about a response. And somewhere in the woods beyond our little clearing, something had already noticed that Caleb had touched what was not meant to be touched. That was the real beginning. Chapter 2.1: 3 Knocks in the Dark. By the time we finished setting camp, the little clearing no longer felt like a place we had chosen. It felt like a place we had been allowed to use for the moment. That distinction mattered later. At the time, I only knew I couldn't get comfortable inside it. The stove sat on a flat section of rock near the fallen log, hissing steadily while Caleb heated canned chili in a dented metal pot, blackened from older trips. The blue flame made a small, precise sound under the wind guard. Everything else around it seemed muted beyond reason. Not merely quiet, but pressed down. The kind of stillness that makes a man lower his own voice as if he has wandered into church by mistake. I remember kneeling by my pack and checking my rifle a second time, even though I had already checked it twice since leaving the truck. Open the action. Confirm the chamber. Finger over the bolt, not because I didn't trust the weapon, but because familiarity is a way of reminding yourself the world still has rules. Metal, oil, pressure, mechanics. Things that either work or don't. No judgment in them. No intent. Caleb saw me doing it and gave a dry little smile. "You planning to shoot the weather?" he asked. "If it gets worse." "It already has." "That's comforting." He stirred the chili with the handle of a plastic spoon because neither of us had packed enough actual utensils. The smell of canned tomatoes, salt, cheap beef, and propane drifted low in the cold air,
and then seemed to stop just past the edge of camp, as if scent itself wasn't carrying right. Usually out in the woods, food announces you. It travels. That night, the smell only hung there around us for a moment and died. Caleb noticed that too. I knew he did because he lifted his head once and sniffed, frowning slightly before pretending he hadn't. "Still think we should have stayed lower?" he asked. "Yes." "You gonna say that every 10 minutes?" "Until being right gets old." He let out a short laugh. It sounded tired now, tighter, like humor being used as a handhold rather than an instinct. "Fine," he said. "You're right. We should have set up lower, hunted from there in the morning, and listened to the old guy at the store about haunted ribbon." I looked up from the rifle.
That's not what he said. No, I know. He scraped the spoon against the pot. He said it was marking behavior. The way Caleb repeated the phrase bothered me. He was still trying to make it sound ridiculous, but he didn't quite manage it. Words like that resist flattening when they're strange enough. I stood and walked to the edge of the clearing, not because I'd heard anything, but because my body kept telling me I ought to be checking. The trees beyond the camp looked darker than they should have, even in failing light. Spruce and pine trunks stood in uneven ranks, some close enough to read bark texture, others fading into layers of vertical shadow where the woods swallowed distance too quickly. The narrow game trail we'd come in on was already hard to separate from the rest of the forest floor. When I turned back, Caleb was watching me. "You expecting company?" he asked. "I'm expecting to know if we have any. We're two guys in the woods eating canned chili. I don't know if that qualifies as worth the drive. That doesn't make me feel better. Wasn't meant to." He held the pot out toward me. I took it, and the heat from the metal stung my fingers through the thin fabric of my gloves. We ate in the kind of silence brothers can keep without it meaning anger. But this silence wasn't natural either. It had too much shape to it. Usually in camp there are layers, wind moving through needles, the shifting crackle of a fire, the distant movement of animals you never see, the occasional complaint of branches rubbing together overhead. Here there was only the little hiss of propane, the scrape of spoon against metal, the faint click of cooling rock when a droplet of chili spilled and hit the stone too hot. And under all of it, the awareness of a larger silence holding still around us. By the time the pot was empty, full dark had settled. Not twilight, not the long gray drift into night you sometimes get on clear evenings. This came down harder. The clearing shrank to what our headlamps and the stove flame could reach. Everything beyond that became arrangement rather than landscape. Black trunks, low needles, suggestions of slope and underbrush. The open strip of sky above us had gone from gray to a flat, depthless dark with no stars visible through the cloud. We didn't build a real fire. That was partly caution and partly laziness. The ground was damp, and the deadfall nearby was half rotten. We could have made one if we wanted, but the propane stove seemed easier, cleaner, faster. Later, I would think about that choice more than it deserved. At the time, it just felt like one more practical decision among 1,000. Still, I missed the sound of flame. Not for warmth, for company. Caleb rinsed the pot with a careful splash from one of the bottles and wiped it down with a paper towel he folded and tucked into a zip bag. Dad had taught us never to leave food scent loose around camp. Usually that felt faintly obsessive. That night, it felt like ritual. I found myself watching his hands while he worked, grateful for the ordinary sequence of motions. Then even that ended. He sat on the log. I sat on an overturned section of granite near my tent. We both had our rifles within arm's reach. Neither of us said much. Once or twice, Caleb tried. "If we hear elk tonight," he said quietly, "I'm counting that as a moral victory." You'd count finding one clean sock as a moral victory.
That is because I believe in standards. I gave him a look. He smirked faintly, but his eyes went back to the tree line almost immediately. He was scanning now too. Not dramatically, not with panic. Just often enough that I knew he'd stopped pretending the atmosphere didn't bother him. A few minutes later, he said, "You ever notice how sometimes quiet feels louder than noise? That's because you're trying too hard to say something smart." He nodded slowly. Fair. The first knock came after that. Not loud, that's important. It wasn't some explosive crack that sent us both jumping to our feet. It was softer than that, but clean enough that there was no mistaking its shape. Wood on wood. A measured strike. The sound came from somewhere beyond the clearing, off to our left, not far enough to be distant and not close enough to feel immediate. It was followed by two more, evenly spaced. Knock, pause. Knock, pause. Knock. We both looked toward the sound at the same time. For a second, neither of us moved. Then Caleb said, "Branch?" His voice had gone low enough that the word nearly vanished into the dark. "Maybe," I said, but it didn't sound like a branch. A falling branch has chaos in it. Scrape, snap, impact, smaller debris. This had shape, a rhythm. Even with only 3 strikes, you could hear decision in it. We stayed still and listened. Nothing. The silence that followed stretched longer than it should have, long enough that I became aware of the blood moving in my ears. Caleb shifted slightly on the log. Woodpecker? At night? Insomniac woodpecker. Sure. Another hunter? That'd be a weird way to announce yourself. He nodded once, staring toward the left side of camp where the darkness between the trunks had become absolute. Yeah. We kept listening. I remember being aware of stupid details while we did it. The smell of the wiped clean pot. The way my right glove had gone damp near the fingertips earlier and still hadn't dried fully. The thin, cooling ache in my lower back from the hike. It's strange what the body clings to when the mind is trying not to attach itself to a possibility. Then the knocks came again, this time from the opposite side. Not directly behind us, but somewhere off to the right, deeper in the timber past the fallen log. Same spacing, same weight. 3 slow strikes, each one distinct, each one followed by a pause long enough to feel deliberate. Knock. Pause. Knock. Pause. Knock. Caleb stood up so fast, the log gave a small wooden complaint beneath him. What the hell? I was already on my feet. My hand had found the rifle before I realized I'd moved it. Neither of us raised our voices. Maybe somebody's marking camp, I said, and even as I said it, I hated how weak it sounded. With what? I don't know. From 2 different directions? I didn't answer. The thing that got to me most was not the sound itself. It was the pause between them. The first set had not bled into the second by accident. There had been waiting in between, and in that waiting I felt, for the first time, the possibility that the noise had not simply happened near us. It had been offered to us, like a prompt, as if something had struck wood 3 times and then listened to hear whether we would answer. I said none of that out loud. Caleb cleared his throat softly. Maybe we don't knock back. He tried to shape it like a joke and didn't quite manage it. I looked at him. I wasn't going to. I know. He swallowed once. Just saying. We both kept our eyes on the dark. The clearing felt smaller now, absurdly small,
a patch of temporary order dropped into a forest that had all at once become too aware of us. I bent and turned the stove off, not because the sound was loud, but because it was one more noise that wasn't helping. The hiss vanished, and with it, the last fragile illusion of warmth and routine the camp had been holding. After a second, Caleb crouched by the fire ring we'd never really used and stirred the few coals of our earlier twig start with a stick, flattening what little glow remained. I hadn't even realized we'd left that much light. He killed it almost gently, and then the darkness around us became complete except for the weak cones from our headlamps. "We should keep one light off," I whispered. He nodded and clicked his lamp down, then off.
I did the same after a moment, letting my eyes try and fail to adjust. The clearing took shape only in gradients after that. Lighter dark for the ground, heavier dark for the trees. The faint outline of Caleb's shoulders against the strip of sky overhead. For a long time, nothing happened. That was somehow the worst stretch. Minutes passed, maybe more than minutes. Time out there stopped behaving in a way I trusted. We heard no footsteps, no breathing, no branches pushed aside in the undergrowth. Just the memory of the knocks hanging in the timber, and the knowledge that whatever explanation made sense in daylight sounded stupid here. We spoke in whispers, because speaking normally had begun to feel obscene. "You still think it's somebody else out here?" Caleb asked. "I think if it was, they'd want us to know they were people. You don't know that." "No." He was silent a moment. Then, "You think we should leave now?" The question hung between us. Part of me wanted to say yes immediately. Wake the dark, shoulder the packs, walk blind and stupid until we hit the trail, or didn't. Another part of me understood that leaving camp at full dark in country we only partly trusted was exactly the kind of panicked decision that gets men injured, lost, or dead, even when nothing unnatural is involved. "We wait for light," I said. Caleb let out a breath I barely heard. "Okay." We sat again, though neither of us relaxed enough for the word to mean much. I kept scanning without moving my head much, sweeping with my eyes instead, letting shapes resolve and unresolve among the trunks. Once I thought I saw a low branch shift and realized after several seconds it was only my own depth perception failing. Once Caleb's boot scraped the dirt and I nearly raised the rifle. Then I saw the pale shape. It was not a full body, not even close. More like a vertical interruption between two darker trunks at the far edge of what little I could still make out. A narrow, upright patch, too light to be bark and too still to be brush. For half a second I thought it might be a sliver of granite catching whatever weak ambient light was left in the cloud cover. Then it seemed to lean. My whole body tightened. "Don't move," I whispered. Caleb froze instantly. "What?" "There," I said, keeping my voice so low it barely formed. "Between those two trunks." He followed my line of sight, but I could tell from the angle of his head that he wasn't seeing it yet. "I don't..." A hard strike exploded against the tree not 10 yards to our left. Not 3 knocks. One single violent crack, as if something heavy had slammed wood with enough force to jar the trunk. Caleb cursed and lurched half upright. I flinched so hard my finger brushed the guard before I caught myself. The sound snapped through the clearing and vanished at once, leaving the silence behind it even deeper than before. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt. "What the hell was that?" Caleb hissed. I snapped my flashlight on and drove the beam toward where I had seen the pale shape. Nothing. Tree trunks, needles, low brush, bark texture washed white by the light. No movement, no figure, no patch of pale anything except a dead snag farther back I was certain had not been what I'd seen. I moved the beam left toward the tree that had taken the strike. Its bark looked rough and dark and ordinary from where we stood. If there was a mark, I couldn't see it at that distance. Caleb had his rifle up now, not aimed exactly, but ready. "Did you see something?" "I think so." "You think?" "I saw something light, standing there." "Standing?" I didn't answer. That was the wrong word, maybe. Or maybe it was exactly the right one, and I hated it because of that. We did not sleep after that. Not really. We sat through the dark in pieces, sometimes whispering to convince ourselves we still could, sometimes saying nothing at all. The knocks did not return. Neither did the hard strike. But the feeling of being listened to remained. And once that feeling arrives, the woods stop being background. Every trunk becomes position. Every gap becomes possibility. Every silence starts to feel occupied. A few hours earlier, we had been two brothers on a cold hunting trip, eating canned chili in a clearing too small for comfort. By the time the night settled fully around us, we were no longer wondering whether the old man had meant anything. We were wondering what had hurt him first. Chapter 2.2 The Spine on the Rock. Dawn came thin and colorless, more like the dark loosening than actual morning. For a while, that made everything seem foolish again. That is one of the cruelest things about fear in the woods. If you survive the night, daylight comes back wearing the face of reason. The same trees that looked predatory at 2 a.m. become trees again. The same clearing that felt watched turns small and almost embarrassed in the gray of early morning. Even the shape of your own camp can make you feel ridiculous. 2 tents damp with condensation, the stove packed away, boots where you left them, a crumpled paper towel under a log. All of it looking too ordinary to support what your nerves insisted on a few hours earlier. For maybe 5 minutes, I almost believed that version. The air was bitter enough to sting the inside of my nose. My joints hurt from sitting tense through the night. Caleb looked worse than I felt. Gray under the eyes, jaw tight, moving with the twitchy over-control of somebody trying very hard not to show how badly he'd slept. But in the weak morning light, he also looked more like himself again. Not relaxed, just embarrassed to have been rattled. He stepped out from the edge of camp to piss into the brush and came back rubbing one hand over the back of his neck. "Well," he said, voice rough from cold and too little sleep, "I guess we survived the haunted forest." I looked at him. The joke was there, technically, but the old confidence wasn't. It sounded rehearsed, like a man trying on his own normal voice and finding it didn't fit clean anymore. "You hungry?" I asked. "No." "Me neither." He nodded once and bent to start stripping down part of the camp. His movements were efficient, a little too quick. Neither of us said anything about hunting. That was gone now, and we both knew it. The only question left was how fast we could pack and get back to the truck without admitting out loud that we were retreating because something had happened in the dark that neither of us could comfortably name. I walked the edge of the clearing while he worked, more from habit than purpose. My rifle hung loose in one hand, muzzle down, the weight of it familiar and grounding. In daylight, the tree line looked less dense than it had overnight. I could see deeper between the trunks now. Low brush, dead grass, damp soil, lichen dark rock. Nothing moved. No pale shape. No fresh mark on the tree that had taken the hard strike. at least not from where I stood. The woods were not silent anymore. That should have reassured me. Instead, it only made me more alert. A raven called somewhere far upslope. A breeze passed high through the pines with a dry, soft rush. Off to my right, I heard the brittle tick of frost loosening from a branch and falling through needles. All of it should have felt like release. Instead, it felt like a stage resetting between acts. I nearly missed the rock, because at first, it looked like part of the clearing. Just a flat slab of granite pushing up through the ground beyond the fallen log at the far end, half rimmed by dead grass and pine duff. We had both seen it the evening before. I remembered that clearly, because I had stepped around it while clearing a spot for my tent. It had been empty then. Now something was lying across it. At first I thought it was a branch. Then I saw the vertebrae. I stopped walking so abruptly that my left boot slid slightly in the needles. The spine lay stretched along the center of the stone with a kind of ugly care, each segment aligned neatly as if someone had straightened it by hand. It was from a deer, or big enough to be, though the body was gone and the rest of the skeleton had been broken apart elsewhere. Tissue still clung in the grooves between the vertebrae in dark, wet strips. Not dried, not old, fresh enough that moisture reflected the weak morning light in slick red-black beads. For one frozen second, my mind refused to widen the picture beyond that single line of bone. Then I noticed the rest. At the head of the stone, where a skull might have gone if someone had wanted symmetry, a cone of smaller bones had been stacked upright with deliberate precision. Rabbit, raccoon, maybe fox. I couldn't tell from the first glance, only that the pieces were too varied in shape to come from one animal and too carefully balanced to be accidental. Tiny ribs, finger-thin leg bones, fragments of vertebrae, curved pieces I later realized were jaw sections. Around the base of the cone, as if outlining it, someone, or something, had arranged broken skull plates in a rough circle. One piece still had an eye socket. Another still had a tooth line. And near the front of the rock, set separately from the rest like it mattered more, was the human fragment. It was only part of a jaw. Lower, I think. Weathered in some places and cleaner than the fresh deer bone, but not so old that time had erased what it was. 3 teeth remained rooted in it, yellow-white and crooked, and along the gum line there was still a dark strip of dried tissue clinging where it should not have been. I did not call out right away. That part still bothers me. Not because I wanted to protect Caleb from seeing it, because for 2 or 3 full seconds I stood there looking at that arrangement, and my mind made the ugliest possible leap before my mouth moved at all. This was left for us. The smell reached me next. Iron first, sharp and wet and unmistakable. Under that, the dull organic sweetness of open tissue beginning to turn. It should have drawn flies. There were none. Not one. The air above the stone was empty except for the thin morning cold. "Caleb," I said. My voice came out flatter than I intended. He was behind me somewhere, folding one of the tent footprints loose from the ground. "What?" "Come here." He must have heard something in my tone because he stopped making camp noise immediately. I heard his boots on the needles, then on stone, then nothing for a second after he reached my side. "What is—" He didn't finish. I watched his face instead of the rock. It changed faster than the old man's had at the store. Caleb's reactions always lived closer to the surface. First confusion, then recognition of the shape. Then a tightening around the eyes and mouth, so complete it seemed to pull color out of him. "Jesus Christ," he said,
but barely above a whisper. Neither of us moved closer at first. From where we stood, the details were already enough. Wet tissue threading between vertebrae, dark stains spreading into the porous granite beneath the spine. One split rib among the smaller bones, with fresh marrow still shining thick and yellow-red in the exposed center.
The human teeth fixed in that partial jaw with the obscene persistence teeth always have, surviving dignity and time alike. Caleb swallowed hard. I saw his throat work. "That wasn't there," he said. "No." "You're sure?" I turned slowly and looked back over the clearing behind us. Our tents, packs, the dead stove, the trampled patch of ground where we had eaten and sat through the dark listening to knocks. Then I looked back at the rock. "I'm sure." He took one careful step closer, then stopped again. "A lion didn't do this." "No." "A bear?" "No." He stared at the arrangement as if repetition might change the answer. "No." There was no blood trail leading in. That was one of the first practical things my brain fixed on, maybe because practical details give you something to do when disgust alone is useless. If an animal had dragged the deer's spine in, there should have been sign, smear, drip, disturbed needles, drag channel, prints in the damp soil around the stone. There was nothing clean enough or continuous enough to tell that story. I moved around the far side of the slab, slowly, forcing myself to look at the ground instead of only the bones. The soil there held moisture from the night. It should have taken an impression. What I found instead made less sense than no tracks at all. There were disturbances, but not a pattern. Here and there, needles flattened. A patch of black dirt exposed where the duff had been brushed aside. One shallow crescent pressed near the rock that might have been a heel mark if it had not been facing the wrong direction and ending too cleanly. It looked less like traffic and more like something had been set down and lifted without weight transferring properly. "Do you see prints?" Caleb asked. "Not good ones." He came around the other side, careful not to step too near the slab. "What does that mean?" "It means I don't know what I'm looking at." I crouched and leaned toward the granite just enough to study the stains. The blood, or whatever fluid remained, had seeped into the stone unevenly, darkening the tiny pits and channels in the surface so the whole slab looked veined beneath the bones. Near the base of the cone, one of the smaller skull fragments had been placed at an angle precise enough to balance on its own edge. That was the detail that convinced me, beyond any doubt, that arrangement mattered here. No scavenger stacks like that. No predator composes. The bark on the nearest pine had marks too. I stood and stepped toward it, rifle tucked under one arm. About shoulder height and then lower, as if made by something moving around the tree rather than climbing it, the bark had been scraped away in several long, dull streaks. Not claw gouges. No puncture at the end of each line. No parallel pattern like bear sign. The outer bark looked abraded, rubbed hard by something rough or bony or wrapped, enough to expose the lighter layer beneath. Caleb saw me looking and came over. "What is that?" "Not claws." He looked back toward the rock and then the woods beyond it. "I want to leave." There was no argument left in his voice. No half-joke, no pride, no attempt to salvage anything of the hunt. Just a simple statement delivered by somebody whose body had finally moved ahead of his ego. "Yeah," I said. "We leave." He exhaled once, almost a shudder, and nodded hard as if relieved I hadn't made him defend the idea. We packed faster than was smart. Not sloppy exactly, but with the clipped, irritated efficiency of men who want their hands busy because their minds have become unreliable company. Tent stakes yanked free too hard. Straps cinched without checking comfort. Stove shoved back into its sack while still faintly damp.
I kept expecting to hear something while we worked. A branch shift, the 3 knocks again, one footstep just outside sight. Nothing came. That silence, after what was on the rock, felt like participation. We did not touch the bones. We did not photograph them. Neither of us said anything about contacting a ranger then and there, which, in hindsight, sounds insane. But that is the thing about dread when it matures beyond fear. It doesn't always make you brave or rational. Sometimes it narrows your objectives until there is room for only one. Get out. Caleb shouldered his pack and looked once more toward the slab before turning away. You saw that jaw too, right? Yeah. Human. Yeah. He ran a hand over his mouth. Okay. There is a tone people use when they are forcing themselves not to panic in front of somebody they love. I heard it in him then. I probably used the same one back. We started back the way we believed we had come. That phrase matters, because almost immediately, something about the return felt wrong. Not wrong enough at first to make a case out of. Just wrong in the small, cumulative way that unsettles you before it alarms you. The slope seemed steeper descending than I remembered it climbing. A downed log I was sure we had stepped over on the way in appeared farther left than it should have been. The stand of aspens we'd passed the day before, or what I thought was the same stand, seemed too thin now. The trunks spaced differently, the ground beneath them less broken by rock. I tried to tell myself, memory in the woods is imperfect by nature. You are always taking in too much and too little at once. One route through timber can look like 10 others if you rotate it 30 degrees in your head. But I could feel the discrepancy accumulating in me with every 100 yards. Behind us, the clearing disappeared almost at once, swallowed by trees. I found myself resisting the urge to look back anyway. Caleb walked a little ahead now, not pushing forward the way he had yesterday, but wanting distance from the camp. Every few minutes he would stop, study the ground, then move again. He kept one hand on his rifle more than he needed to. You remember this? He asked at one point, standing near a split granite outcrop with lichen across the face. Maybe. He looked at me sharply. Maybe? We came through a lot of rock. That's not an answer. No, it isn't. He stared into the trees and said nothing. The woods around us had sound again, but it no longer helped. A bird called once from far off and then went quiet. Wind touched the tops of the pines, but barely reached us below. Twice I heard our own boots and thought for half a second it was something following, just out of step. After another stretch of walking, Caleb said without looking back, "You think that was there all night?" The question lodged in me like a splinter. I don't know. You think whoever did that watched us sleep? I wanted to tell him not to say whoever. Not because I disagreed, because the word made the arrangement on the rock feel more personal than I could stand. We're leaving, I said. That's what matters. He nodded once, but I could see from the angle of his shoulders that it was not enough. Neither for him, nor for me. By the time the ground began rising again when I was sure it should have been falling, I understood something I could not yet prove. The thing on the rock was not the only sign we had missed, and whatever had arranged it had not done so to frighten us randomly. It had done it after the night, as if the silence, the knocks, and the waiting had only been the first part, as if daylight itself had delivered an answer. Chapter 2. 3. Wrong landmarks, fresh marker. The first quarter mile felt possible. That was part of what made the next hour so hard to trust. For a little while after leaving the clearing, the woods still behaved enough like woods to let us believe we were getting out. The ground sloped the way I expected. The trees opened and closed in patterns that seemed familiar. We crossed a patch of damp soil where elk tracks had pressed deep overnight, and for maybe 3 minutes, I let myself think all we had to do was keep moving, keep our heads, and endure the long, ugly walk back to the truck with the story already shrinking inside us into something explainable. Then the deadfall showed up again. It was a thick pine that had gone down years earlier, its trunk split halfway through and peeled back in a ragged twist where it had hit a neighboring tree on the way down. I remembered it because on the hike in, Caleb had stepped on the exposed root flare and nearly turned an ankle, making fun of one of my father's old sayings about hurrying through bad footing. He had laughed, caught himself, and said, "See? Grace." The root flare was distinctive enough that I stopped the second I saw it. Caleb was 3 strides ahead of me before he noticed I had halted. "What?" I looked at the trunk, then back the way we had come. "We already passed this." He followed my gaze and frowned. "No." "Yes." He stepped closer to the deadfall, squinting at it as if the tree might clarify itself under inspection. The exposed wood where the trunk had split had gone gray with weather, but one section still held a dark resin stain along the grain. I remembered that too. I remembered thinking, in the failing light the day before, that it looked almost wet. "This could just be another one," Caleb said, but even he didn't sound convinced. "Another one with the same split and the same resin?" He didn't answer. For a second, we both just stood there with our packs on, the weight of them pulling on our shoulders, our breath drifting pale in the cooling air. The silence between us had changed again. Earlier it had been fear. Now it was something uglier. An argument neither of us wanted to start, because the only alternatives were that we were turned around, losing our grip, or both. I took out my compass. That should have settled something. It didn't. The needle behaved badly without behaving badly enough. It didn't spin in wild circles like something out of a cheap campfire story. It quivered, settled, drifted a little, then returned close to where north should have been. Only close. Off by just enough to make me doubt my own hands before I doubted the instrument. Caleb watched me read it. "Well?" "It's drifting." "How much?" "Not enough." "That's helpful." "It's not wrong enough to explain this." He rubbed a hand over his face, jaw flexing. "Maybe we cut a little higher than we thought on the way in." "Maybe." "Maybe the light was different." "It was." "Maybe you're tired." I looked up at him. "Maybe I am." He met my stare for a second, and then looked away toward the trees. "I didn't mean—" "I know what you meant." That was the worst part. He wasn't insulting me. He was reaching for any explanation that left the world intact. We stepped over the deadfall and kept moving. After that, every landmark became a negotiation. A granite outcrop I would have sworn had been on our left the day before appeared now on the right side of a narrow drainage, its black lichen face angled wrong against the slope. A crooked stand of young spruce I remembered as denser than it should have been had thinned into open spacing, while a section of brush I did not recall at all seemed to have thickened overnight into a wall of dead twigs and low branches. The ground itself felt unreliable. Twice I expected to descend and found us climbing. Once we followed what looked like the faint continuation of the game trail for 10 minutes before it dissolved into mossy stone without any sense of having ended. The weather began turning,
with the slow certainty of a door closing. Cloud had been hanging low all morning, but now it thickened enough to leach what little contrast remained from the woods. The farther we walked, the flatter the light became. Trunks lost depth, distance shortened. The air took on that damp, metallic chill that arrives just before fog or wet snow, and each time I exhaled, it seemed to linger longer in front of my face. Caleb noticed it too. He zipped his jacket up without comment and adjusted the sling on his rifle. We went another 15 minutes without speaking. My shoulders had begun to burn under the pack straps. Sweat cooled between my shoulder blades every time we slowed. Somewhere above us, I heard a raven once, then not again. The forest floor under our boots had changed from needles and broken stone to damp dirt and old leaves slickened by cold, and our footfalls seemed to carry farther than they should have. Then Caleb said, too casually, "I heard something yesterday." I kept walking a few more steps before answering. "When?" "When I took the cloth down." I stopped and turned. He did too, looking not at me but at the trees behind me, as if the words were easier to say if he didn't have to see my face. "What do you mean, you heard something?" He worked his jaw once. "Moving." "In the brush?" "Yeah." "What kind of moving?" "I don't know." He finally looked at me. "Heavy, but not loud." That made no sense, and from his expression he knew it. Heavy and not loud? Like something with weight that didn't step the way it should. Like... He trailed off. Like what? He gave a hard, frustrated shake of his head. Like something passing through brush without the rest of the animal attached to it. For a second, neither of us said anything. The line was absurd. If I had heard it from anyone else, in any other setting, I would have dismissed it immediately. But out there, with the deadfall repeating, and the spine on the rock behind us, and the cold settling low in the timber, it landed with the ugly force of something honest. "Why didn't you say anything?" I asked. He laughed once, without humor. "Because you already looked at me like I was an idiot for pulling it down." "That's because you were." "Yeah, well, I know that now." The anger in his voice wasn't aimed at me, not really. It was the anger of a man realizing belatedly that the version of himself he trusted most, confident, joking, sure-footed, might have been the first thing to fail him. I took a step closer and lowered my own voice without meaning to. "Listen to me. We are tired. We got spooked last night. We found something bad this morning. That does not mean the woods are moving around us." He stared at me a second longer than I liked. "Then what does it mean?" I looked down at the compass still in my hand, the needle trembling almost imperceptibly. "It means fear makes people stupid." He barked out a short, flat laugh. "So that's what we're calling it?" "What do you want me to call it?" "I want you to stop talking like you're only scared in ways that make sense." The sentence hung between us in the wet cold. He was right, and I hated him for being right. Before I could answer, something caught my eye ahead. At first it was only color. A red so clean against the gray and green-brown of the woods that my brain refused to accept it as natural until it had already become shape. "Stop," I said. Caleb froze. I pointed. The strip of cloth hung on a branch about 30 feet ahead at the edge of a slight rise where the trees narrowed. This one was not tied low at knee height like the first. It sat closer to chest level, knotted around a sapling thick enough to hold the weight of it straight, rather than letting it droop. The color was brighter too. Not vivid, but newer, cleaner, less weathered. The fabric had not gone stiff and dark with age. It was red the way dried blood is red when it first turns brown at the folds. And unlike the first marker, this one was impossible to miss. It did not hide in grass or wait near a game trail where only luck might catch it. It was placed where the eye landed naturally when you came through the trees. Not random, not forgotten, not old debris snagged in bark. Placed for us. I felt the back of my neck go cold beneath the collar. Caleb said nothing at all. That scared me more than any joke would have. He simply stared at the cloth, chest rising and falling a little too fast, and I knew he was seeing the same thing I was. Not just another marker, but a newer one, a fresher one, a response. The old man's words came back with a clarity that made me almost nauseous. Don't untie it. Don't carry it. Don't sleep where the markers start. The first one had been low, partly hidden, something already in place before we arrived. This one looked updated, adjusted, as if whatever logic governed those woods had noticed a violation and answered by making the next instruction impossible to misunderstand. "It wasn't here," Caleb said at last. He said it very softly. "You don't know that." "I do." He didn't look at me. "I would have seen it." I wanted to disagree, to force one last rational explanation over the scene before us. Maybe we had drifted onto a different line. Maybe hunters used cloth out here in more than one way. Maybe what? Maybe the entire forest had become a system overnight because my brother had pulled down a strip of fabric and we had slept one bad night in the wrong place? None of those thoughts survived the shape of that cloth. It looked intentional, in a way the rest of the woods did not. Not part of the place, part of a process. A line from the store came back to me then with a force it had not carried when I first heard it. Some places don't need fences. They need habits. Until that moment, I had taken habit to mean superstition, routine, etiquette, some inherited local caution about where not to camp. Standing there with my pack digging into my shoulders and the fresh cloth staring at us from the rise, I began to understand the word in a different and much colder sense. Habit as conditioning. Habit as behavior someone expects. The woods were no longer just a place. They were a set of instructions being enforced. "We keep moving," I said. Caleb turned to me sharply. "Past that? We don't touch it. And if there's another one, then we keep moving until we find the road or a place to hold up. You hear yourself?" "Yes." He looked back at the cloth. The branch holding it barely moved in the damp air, but the loose end of the strip hung with a faint twist in it, as if it had only recently stopped being handled. "We should turn around," he said. "To where?" That silenced him. Because that was the truth of it now. Back had stopped meaning anything precise. The deadfall had repeated, the slopes lied. The compass drifted without confessing enough to blame. We could retrace any direction we liked and only pretend it held more certainty than the others. We angled wide around the marker, giving it distance without discussing why we both did. Neither of us looked directly at it while passing, but I saw it in the edge of my vision the whole time. Bright, clean, deliberate. A thing set there to be seen. Beyond the rise, the weather finally broke into fog. Not thick at first, just pale threads drifting low through the trees, catching around trunks and brush in torn strips. But it came fast. Within 10 minutes, the woods had lost another layer of depth. The pines ahead became silhouettes. The air turned wetter and colder, the chill finding every seam in my clothes. My fingertips went numb inside my gloves. The ground underfoot darkened. Every breath smelled faintly of stone and damp bark. Caleb pulled out his phone once, not because he expected signal, I think, but because people reach for any tool they own when place stops behaving. No bars. Just his own face reflected dimly in the black screen before he shoved it back into his pocket. "This is bad," he said. "Yeah. What time is it?" I checked my watch. Earlier than it felt. That bothered me too. The fog and flat light had compressed the day so hard it seemed closer to evening than it was. "We keep going another 30 minutes, I said. "If we don't find the truck, a road, anything man-made, we find shelter before dark." He looked at me as if he wanted to say something sharper than what came out. "You trust shelter now?" "No," I said. "I trust weather less." That ended the argument, because there was nothing to add. The cold was worsening. The woods were blurring. Fear had not made us stupid enough to forget what exposure could do all by itself. So we kept moving. Twice more I thought I recognized terrain and was wrong. Once we crossed a shallow drainage lined with black rock that seemed familiar until I realized the water in it, what little there was, ran the wrong direction. Another time we came upon a stand of young pine so tightly packed it forced a single file through a narrow opening. And the whole time I had the crawling sensation that we were being funneled rather than traveling. Neither of us said that out loud. By the time the fog thickened enough to bead on my eyelashes and the temperature dropped another notch, the day had become something meaner than simple wilderness. Not openly hostile. Worse than that. Organized.
And somewhere behind us, tied to a branch at chest height where no one could possibly miss it, a fresh strip of red cloth waited in the trees, like the latest correction in a conversation we had entered without permission. Chapter 3.1 Shelter that feels occupied. By late afternoon, the fog had turned the woods into something unfinished. That was the only way I could think to describe it then. Not just obscured, incomplete. Trunks emerged from white and disappeared back into it 10 yards later. The ground seemed to stop and begin again without warning. Distance kept collapsing. A rise ahead would look close enough to touch, then take 5 full minutes of cold uphill walking to reach. Every tree looked like another tree until you were standing right beside it. And by then, it was already behind you. The temperature had dropped hard with the fog. Not the dry cold from morning, but a wet one that found seams in clothing and stayed there. My gloves were damp through at the fingertips. The shoulders of my jacket had darkened with moisture, and every breath felt colder going out than coming in. Our packs had become a different kind of burden now. Not just weight, but wet, pulling, shifting weight that made my hips ache and my lower back burn. Even Caleb, who usually moved through weather like it had offended him personally and would regret it later, had gone quiet in the practical way men do when their bodies have taken over from their pride. We still had not found the truck. We had not found the road either, or the trailhead, or any cut sign from another hunter, or anything with enough clean human shape to reassure me that the world outside those woods still existed in a direct line from where we stood. We had crossed 2 low draws, skirted one granite outcrop that I would have sworn we had never seen before, and nearly walked into a tangle of deadfall hidden by the fog until Caleb lifted one hand without speaking and stopped me with a touch to the forearm. "We're not getting out before dark," he said. He didn't sound defeated saying it, just cold, clear. I looked at my watch. The time on it seemed wrong because the day looked wrong, too dim, too far gone.
as if sunset had come 3 hours early and was still settling deeper. The truth was, there was probably some usable light left above the cloud and fog if you climbed high enough into open country. But down in the timber, it no longer mattered. The woods had decided what time it was. "We keep moving another 15, I said. Caleb nodded, because men like us will always negotiate with bad odds for one more small interval before admitting the shape of the whole problem. So we moved. The next stretch was uphill. The slope steepened gradually enough to punish rather than challenge, forcing us into a slow, shortened pace. Brush thickened around the trunks, wet against our pants. Needles clung to our boots. Somewhere water dripped steadily from branch tips onto rock with a hollow little click that made me think of fingers tapping wood until I forced the comparison out of my head. Neither of us had spoken for several minutes when Caleb stopped again. Not suddenly this time, but with the careful deceleration of someone making sure what he was seeing would still be there if he took 2 more steps. "What is that?" he asked. At first I saw nothing. Then the line resolved. Not a tree, not quite. A wall, or enough of one to interrupt the geometry of the forest. Gray-brown and vertical through the fog, with edges too straight to belong to anything grown. We approached it slowly, not because we thought it might be dangerous in any immediate way, but because human-made structure appearing where no map had suggested one should exist felt almost as wrong as the rest of the day. The shack stood in a small pocket of flatter ground, half hidden by young pine and brush that had crept close enough over the years to begin reclaiming it. It was the size of a large shed or a one-room tool shelter, maybe 10 feet by 12, built of old, rough planks gone dark with age and moisture. One wall leaned outward just enough to announce trouble without yet giving in to collapse. The roof sagged in the center beneath a skin of moss and black damp, and the boards along the eaves had cupped and warped until the nails holding them flashed dull silver at odd angles. Several of those nails had backed halfway out over time, leaving the heads exposed like teeth. For one full breath, the sight of it gave me relief so strong it made me angry. Because I knew better than to trust it immediately, and still my body wanted to. "Service shack, maybe," Caleb said. His voice sounded too loud, even though he was barely above a murmur. "Logging," I said. "Or old trail crew." There was no sign. No painted number. No recent path worn to the door. The structure had the look of something forgotten by everyone except weather. The door itself hung a little crooked on strap hinges orange with rust, not fully open, not fully shut. One of the lower boards had split lengthwise, leaving a gap thin as a hand. The whole thing smelled faintly of wet wood even before we reached it. Caleb moved toward the entrance first, and I caught his sleeve without thinking. He looked back. "Just wait." For what? I had no answer that didn't sound ridiculous. For it to tell us no. For it to already contain something. For one more bad sign to save us from making another practical decision that might turn out to be the wrong one. Instead, I said, "Listen." So we stood in front of the shack with our packs on, breathing steam into the fog, and listened. No movement inside. No scratching. No human voice. Only the soft drip of moisture from branches onto the roof, and the distant, directionless hush of air moving somewhere higher in the trees where we could not feel it. Caleb nodded once and pushed the door inward. It opened with a reluctant wooden groan that made both of us stiffen. The inside was darker than it should have been for that hour, the smallness of the place holding shadow more densely than the fog outside held light. Caleb clicked on his flashlight. I followed with mine. The beam found ordinary ruin first. A broken cot frame leaned against one wall, the canvas long gone and the metal legs eaten with rust. In one corner sat several old food tins collapsed inward from age, labels peeled away, edges furred with corrosion. A length of stovepipe ran up from a squat iron box near the back wall and disappeared through a patched opening in the roof, though the stove itself had split along one side and would never hold heat again.
The wall studs were marked in places with carved initials and dates, some shallow and recent enough to read, others weather-softened into scars. One board bore a cluster of knife marks with no letters at all, just counting or boredom worked into wood. I stepped inside. The floorboards creaked under my weight but held. Not well, just enough. Near the front half of the room, the boards were gray and dry-looking. Toward the back, they had gone darker, almost black in the seams, either from years of tracked-in moisture or something older that had soaked and stayed. The smell was stronger within the walls. Wet dust, mouse droppings, old wood, mold beginning in hidden places, and beneath all of it, a faint metallic edge that made me think instantly of the rock in the clearing and the tissue laid across it. Copper. Not strong, not fresh, just there. "You smell that?" I asked. Caleb was sweeping his light across the corners. "Yeah. Blood? Maybe rust. Maybe." That word had become our last useless tool. The shack felt abandoned in all the expected ways, and wrong in one or two others that I could not yet separate from exhaustion. The air inside was still, but not stale enough for a place sealed long-term. The dust along the windowsill had been disturbed at some point, though not recently enough to show fingers. One section of the floor near the back wall had a patchy darkness that did not fit the pattern of leaks from the roof. And the door, from inside, had scratches near the latch not deep enough to be desperate and too uneven to be simple wear. Still, it was shelter. That mattered. Outside, the fog had thickened to the point that the nearest trees were already losing detail. Another hour, maybe less, and we would have been trying to make camp in wet timber on uncertain ground with no real confidence about where we were. Even a bad structure felt preferable to that. "We stay," Caleb said. I looked around once more before answering. My flashlight beam passed over the broken cot, the old tins, the stovepipe, the dark floorboards, the marks in the wood. Everything in me wanted the place to be merely ugly, merely old, merely unfortunate. Not part of anything. Just lumber left behind by practical men in a practical time. Then Caleb said, "Evan." I turned. He was crouched beside the inside wall near the door, flashlight aimed low. At first, I thought he had found animal sign, droppings maybe, or the gap where mice were getting in. Then he reached into a narrow crack between two boards and drew out a folded strip of fabric. Red. Not faded this time. Not bright either, but unmistakably red. He held it between thumb and forefinger without unfolding it, and the room seemed to change around us. For a second, neither of us spoke. It was not snagged there by chance. That much was obvious instantly. The cloth had been tucked into the crack neatly, not stuffed, folded small, as if stored. The visible edge was clean enough that I could tell it had been cut, not torn. Dampness had darkened one corner, but the center of it remained dry. "Put it back," I said. He did immediately. That, more than anything else, told me how far he had come from the man who had laughed in the trees and pulled down the first marker with one hand. When he withdrew his fingers, he wiped them on his jeans without seeming to realize it. "This place is bad," he said. I nodded, but neither of us moved toward the door. That was the trap, and we both knew it. The cloth changed the shack from random refuge into part of the same pattern that had followed us since the tree line. It should have sent us back outside at once. Instead, it only made the outside feel worse. The fog beyond the doorway had gone almost white now, flattening the trees into pale vertical ghosts. The light was draining fast. "We're not going back out in that," I said. "No. We leave at first light." "Yeah." The decision landed between us without comfort. Not agreement so much as surrender to a hierarchy of bad options. We set our packs down but did not unpack much. That was another sign neither of us trusted what we were doing. Instead of making camp properly, we made a holding pattern. Pads on the driest section of floor near the front wall. Sleeping bags unrolled but still half compressed. Rifles within immediate reach. One bottle of water out, food left mostly stowed. Every motion said temporary, as if refusing to settle would somehow make dawn arrive faster. Caleb found a short section of timber outside the door and dragged it in to brace against the lower half once we shut it. I added a rusted tin crate and a split board from the cot frame, not because any of it would stop a determined man from entering, but because building even a worthless barricade satisfied some basic animal part of the brain. We did not speak while we did it. When the door closed, the room became even smaller. The fog whitened the single dirty window but gave no visibility through it. We switched off one flashlight and left the other propped upright on a tin so the beam bounced upward and diffused across the ceiling. In that weak light, the initials carved into the studs looked less like old boredom and more like messages no one expected to outlive them. Caleb sat on his rolled bag with his elbows on his knees. "You think anybody used this recently?" he asked. I looked at the red cloth hidden back in the crack by the door. I could still feel its presence there, even without seeing it. "Yes," I said. He did not ask what I meant by anybody. That omission said more than a conversation would have. Outside, something dripped steadily from the roof edge. Inside, the place held the smell of wet dust and old ruin, and that faint metallic trace beneath it all. For a few minutes, maybe 10, maybe less, we experienced something close to relief. Not real relief, the cheap version of it. The kind that comes when walls exist, however bad, and wind is no longer touching your face. My shoulders loosened by degrees. Caleb's breathing slowed. The floor stayed solid beneath us. Nothing reached for the latch. Nothing moved beyond the window. If you ignored the cloth in the wall and the dark floorboards and the smell, you could almost pretend we had simply stumbled onto an old service shelter and done the reasonable thing. But safety never really entered the room. Only pause, and even that felt borrowed. Chapter 3.2 Knocking on the Walls. Night did not arrive outside the shack so much as gather itself against it. The fog had already taken the woods before sunset, swallowing depth and shape until the world beyond the door became nothing but pale density. Then the last of the light bled out behind it, and the whiteness at the window slowly turned gray, then ash-colored, then black. There was no clean transition, no final orange in the trees, no visible line where evening ended and night began. The shack simply became a small, enclosed darkness inside a much larger one. And after a while, I could no longer remember what direction the slope had run outside, or how far the nearest tree might be from the wall. Inside, the air cooled by degrees. Not enough to see our breath, but enough that every sound seemed sharper for it. The old boards settled with tiny complaints. Moisture tapped now and then from the roofline to the ground outside with a sound too light to place. Once, something shifted in the wall, probably mice, and both of us looked toward it at the same time before realizing how jumpy we had gotten. We kept the flashlight low, turned so its beam washed the floorboards and one section of wall instead of the whole room.
Too much light felt wrong. It would have reflected in the window and made us blind to anything outside. It also felt, somehow, like signaling, like taking a candle into a room where something was already awake. Caleb sat with his back to the wall beside the door, rifle across his knees, elbows resting lightly on the stock. I was opposite him on the driest stretch of floor near the broken stove, one hand on my own rifle, boots still on, jacket zipped all the way up. We had eaten a little without appetite, protein bars, jerky, a mouthful or two of stale crackers that turned to paste against the roof of my mouth. No stove now, no flame, no conversation beyond what was necessary. For a while, the fact of the shack was enough. Not comfort, not safety, but the walls gave fear something to press against. Out in the open timber, the dread had been diffuse, stretched through fog and distance and all the things we could not measure. In the shack, it became more concentrated, almost manageable in shape. We could point to the door. We could watch the window. We could tell ourselves that anything outside remained outside. That was the lie we sat inside until the first knock came. It landed on the left wall. Not hard. Not enough to rattle the structure. Just 3 measured strikes, spaced so evenly that for a fraction of a second my mind tried to force them into some mechanical explanation. Branch movement, loosened board, dripping weight from the eaves. But even as that thought formed, I knew it was false. Knock. Pause. Knock. Pause. Knock. Caleb's eyes lifted slowly to mine. Neither of us spoke. The sound had come from only a few feet beyond the wall, close enough that the old planks gave it a hollow body as it passed through them. There had been wood in it, but not just wood. Something harder, too. A contact with intention. 3 separate touches placed exactly where they meant to land. We listened. The pause after those 3 knocks stretched so long it seemed possible for one stupid second that nothing else would happen. That this would become one more bad memory we could later call strange and leave there. Then the same pattern came from the opposite side of the shack. 3 knocks on the right wall this time. Not rushed, not exploratory. The same measured spacing, the same maddening calm. Knock. Pause. Knock. Pause. Knock. Caleb's mouth moved before any sound came out. Then, so softly I almost missed it, he whispered, "No." I realized then that I was holding my breath and forced myself to let it out slowly through my nose. My pulse had begun hammering in my throat. The flashlight beam trembled once against the floorboards and I steadied my hand. Outside, nothing moved after the second sequence. No footsteps, no brush pushed aside, no scrape of body against the wall. Only waiting. And in that waiting, I understood the worst thing about the sound. It was not merely contact, it was behavior. A pattern offered and then paused, as if something outside wanted to know whether we recognized it, whether we would answer, whether we would panic and move. Caleb swallowed. "It's the same as last night." "Yeah, but closer." I looked at the door, then the walls, then the square of black where the window sat. "Don't talk louder." He nodded once. That was all. We sat motionless, not because we had agreed to, because any movement now felt like volunteering information. The shack's boards held the cold and the damp smell and that faint metallic trace from the floor. The old stovepipe ticked once as the temperature changed. Somewhere above us in the rafters, dust shifted down in a thread so fine I only saw it when it crossed the weak flashlight beam. Caleb lifted his rifle a little higher, not aiming, just bringing it closer to readiness. Then something dragged along the outer planks. It started near the rear corner and moved slowly across the back wall. Dry. Not the sound of cloth, not exactly. Rougher than that. Like antler against old wood, or a bundle of sticks bound tight and drawn deliberately along the surface, just hard enough to let us hear the grain complain beneath it. I felt the skin tighten across my shoulders. Caleb's whisper barely made it across the room. "What is that?" I didn't answer, because naming things wrongly in the dark felt dangerous all at once. The dragging stopped. Silence again. Then, from the back wall, a subtle pressure. It did not hit, it leaned. That was somehow worse. The wall behind the broken stove gave a low, strained creak, not of impact, but of weight settling against it from outside. Not enough to bow the boards inward, just enough to tell us something with mass was there. Something patient enough not to force entry immediately. Dust sifted from the rafters in two thin lines and settled over the blackened floorboards beneath. Caleb had gone almost gray in the low light. "What is it doing?" he whispered. I heard myself answer before I had fully thought it. Listening. His eyes flicked to mine. "For what?" I shook my head. What I meant was simple and terrible. It was listening for us. For fear. For movement. For the little betrayals people make when they think the next second matters more than the one after. The weight on the wall lifted. The shack made a minute recovering sound, wood relaxing back into itself. No footsteps followed. Nothing that would let us imagine a deer, a bear, another hunter, a prank, a person with bad intentions, and a body that obeyed ordinary rules. The absence of those sounds was starting to matter more than the knocks themselves. Caleb lowered his face for a second and pressed the heel of one hand against his forehead. When he looked up again, he was forcing thought into his expression, the same way men do when they are on the edge of giving in to fear and decide to be angry instead. "Maybe it's testing us," he whispered. I stared at him. "What?" "Maybe it wants movement." His voice had gone so thin with control, it sounded almost detached, like he was describing weather patterns or engine trouble. "Caleb, no, listen." He leaned forward slightly, eyes fixed on the wall where the weight had been. "It knocks, then waits. It circles. It leans. It wants us to do something." I hated that he had said aloud what I had already been thinking. "To answer," he went on, "or open the door, or point the light, or shoot, or make noise, something. Maybe that's the point." "You don't know that." "No." His jaw flexed. "But I don't think it's random." Neither did I. That was the part my mind kept trying and failing to avoid. Random fear can be survived because it doesn't know you are there in any meaningful way. This felt arranged, not theatrical, not monstrous in the way bad stories are monstrous. Organized, controlled, close enough to our thinking that each new sound seemed aimed less at the shack than at the choices available inside it. "We don't do anything," I said quietly. He nodded. "Okay." The words were barely out before 3 knocks landed on the wall beside the door. Closer than before. Right there. So close, the barrel of Caleb's rifle shifted instinctively toward the sound before he caught himself. Knock. Pause. Knock. Pause. Knock. The pauses felt longer now. Personal. Each one wide enough to imagine a face turned toward the planks, waiting for breath on the other side. I became aware of how loud small sounds were inside my own body. My heartbeat, a swallow, the dry catch in my throat when I breathed through my mouth, the urge to clear it, and the certainty that doing so would be some kind of answer. Nothing came after the 3rd knock. Then, from the wall with the window, a single faint tap. Not a knock, just contact. Like a fingernail maybe, or the tip of something hard against the outer board. The window had been covered from outside long ago, with warped strips of plank nailed loosely over the frame. We had noticed that earlier and been glad of it. Now those same boards felt less protective than blind. Caleb whispered, "Do not look." Too late, because I already had. Not straight on at first, just enough to know where the window sat in the dark, and how little separated us from whatever was outside except rotten wood, weak nails, and our wish that walls still meant what they used to mean. The next sound did not come immediately. That made it worse. We sat there with every nerve strung toward that wall, waiting, while the shack held its breath around us. A minute might have passed, maybe less, maybe more. Time in those moments didn't move in a straight line. Then the outer board split with a report like a snapped wrist. Both of us jerked hard. The crack ran through the room and was gone, followed by the brittle patter of a few splinters hitting the sill inside. One of the warped planks covering the window had split lengthwise near the middle, where old weather had hollowed it from within. It had not burst open entirely, only parted enough to leave a jagged black slit between its halves. And in that slit, for less than a second, I saw part of a face. Not a full face, no grand revelation, just enough to do permanent damage. One eye caught the weak interior light and reflected it back, flat and pale. Not glowing exactly, just wrong in the way animal eyes can be wrong when they look too directly at human spaces. Below it, a cheek or cheekbone showed gray-white through the gap, skin stretched too tight over whatever shape lay under it. And lower still, where the mouth should have been hidden, I saw teeth. Not bared in a snarl, visible because the mouth was shaped wrong, too wide, or pulled too far back, or opened without softness. Human-looking teeth at first glance, but shown in a geometry that made my brain recoil before it could place why. Something red was snagged near it too. Cloth, dark and dirty, caught around whatever shoulder or neck shape stood just beyond the window boards like torn ribbon on antler. The sight lasted no more than a heartbeat. Then Caleb fired. The gunshot inside the shack was unbearable. The blast slammed the room flat, white and orange at the muzzle, noise too large for the walls to hold. My ears rang instantly. Dust exploded from the rafters. One of the rusted tins toppled over and clattered across the floorboards with a metallic racket that went on longer than seemed possible. The shot punched through the wall beside the window in a burst of splinters and old wood dust. and for one blind, stupid instant, I thought the whole shack might come down around us. Then silence dropped back in so fast, it felt like pressure. No cry outside, no crash of something running, no collapse. Just the ringing in my ears and the bitter, burned smell of gunpowder folding into the wet dust and rot of the room. Caleb's face looked stunned by what he had done, not because he regretted it, but because the absence of reaction outside was even worse than a reaction would have been. "You saw it," he whispered. I realized I still had my rifle half raised and lowered it slowly, muzzle wavering. "Yeah," I said. "What was it?" I looked at the split board, at the ragged slit where the eye had been a second before, at the few fresh splinters lying on the sill like bone shavings. I don't know. That was the truth, but not all of it. What I knew and could not say was that the thing outside had not looked impossible. That was what made it unbearable. If I had seen claws, antlers, some shape so grotesque it belonged wholly to nightmare, my mind could have rejected it, or at least placed it in the category of the monstrous. But that fragment at the window had lived too close to the human face, while still violating it just enough to poison the distance between familiar and wrong. Caleb kept the rifle trained on the wall. "We should have left," he said. His voice shook only at the end. "Yeah. We should have kept going. Yeah." He gave one quick, broken laugh with no humor in it. "That old man told us exactly what to do." Neither of us said the rest. Don't untie it. Don't carry it. Don't sleep where the markers start. The shot hung in the room like a second presence. Not the smoke, there was barely any of that. The decision itself. A line crossed. Caleb had done the one thing his own theory had warned against. He had responded. Loudly. Permanently. In fear and instinct and love, yes. But still, in answer. And outside the shack, whatever had been circling us had gone still enough that the woods themselves seemed to lean in and listen for what we might do next. Chapter 3.3 The Voice Outside. After Caleb fired, the night seemed to withdraw from us. Not recede, not calm down. Withdraw. The way a hand pulls back before deciding whether to strike again. The silence that followed the shot was so complete it made the ringing in my ears feel external, like another noise in the room with us. For several seconds, neither of us moved. Caleb still had the rifle up, shoulders locked, eyes fixed on the split board by the window. My own pulse was pounding so hard that the weak flashlight beam trembled where it lay against the floorboards, making the stains in the wood seem to pulse in time with my heartbeat. Nothing came from outside. No running steps, no cry. No heavy impact of something falling against brush or brush being pushed aside. No retaliation. No proof, in fact, that Caleb had hit anything at all. That was worse than if he had. If there had been a scream, a crash, even the frantic retreat of an animal, then at least we could have handed the whole thing back to the ordinary world and said there, that was the shape of it. Predator. Deranged person. Badly seen face at a rotten window. Something dangerous, yes, but something that bled and flinched and obeyed pain. Instead, there was only the smell of burnt powder lingering in the shack, and the knowledge that we had shouted into the dark with a gunshot, and the dark had chosen not to answer. Caleb lowered the rifle first, but only an inch or two. "You think I hit it?" he whispered. I don't know. That close? I don't know. He kept staring at the split board. A single splinter had lodged upright in the windowsill, catching the weak light and throwing a tiny white edge. I could not stop looking at it. Not because it mattered, because it was real, and my mind wanted one real thing to rest on. Caleb licked his lips once, then winced as if the inside of his mouth had gone dry enough to crack. Why didn't it do anything? I had no answer that would not make the room worse. Because maybe it wanted the shot. Because maybe the point was never to break in fast. Because maybe what lived outside the shack was not trying to kill us in the simple animal sense, but teach us the cost of every response. I said none of that. I only shook my head. The silence stretched. Minutes passed. I know that because at some point, my breathing stopped coming in sharp bursts and began to settle into the ugly, deliberate rhythm of a body forced to remain afraid for longer than fear is meant to peak. My hands started to ache from how tightly I had been gripping the rifle. Caleb's left leg trembled once and then held still. Outside, no wind touched the walls. No branch scraped the roof. Even the slow roof drip that had been tapping somewhere beyond the door seemed to have ended. It felt less like the shack had become quiet than like something outside it had absorbed all the available sound. Eventually, Caleb whispered, "Maybe it left." I looked at him. He knew as soon as he heard the sentence aloud how false it sounded. I could see that in his face. But the human mind reaches for exits before it reaches for truth. It is built that way. Survival depends on it right up until survival starts depending on something else. "It was at the window," he said, as if arguing with himself now. "I fired through the wall. Maybe it just..." He stopped, because neither of us believed in maybe anymore. I don't know how long we sat there after that. The room had begun to smell different. The powder fading, the wet dust and old rot returning. That faint copper trace under everything else. The split plank near the window had become a black mouth in the wall I could not stop checking, even when I looked away from it. Every few seconds, my eyes slid back to the gap, expecting that pale section of face to reappear silently and complete the damage it had started. Instead, when the next thing came, it came in the softest way imaginable. A voice. From just outside the shack. Not loud, not calling. Not the high, strained theater of something trying to sound human and missing by an inch. Calm, close, and known. Evan. For a second, the name passed through me without meaning. Then meaning struck all at once, so hard my hand actually left the rifle. It was my father's voice. Not a version of it, not a memory distorted by grief, not a rough approximation shaped by fear and wishful hearing. It was him in the exact way the body recognizes blood before the mind catches up. The tone was low and a little worn at the edges, just as it always was early in the morning or when he had been quiet for a long time. There was no panic in it, no supernatural weight, no ghost story drama. That was why it worked. It sounded domestic, familiar. The voice of a man standing just outside camp because he didn't want to step in and startle game. The voice that used to say my name from between trees when I wandered too far from a trail or took too long tracks. Evan. I was halfway to the door before I realized I had moved. Not fully standing, not with intention formed into a plan, but moving all the same. The body had answered before thought did. Some old buried reflex, older than reason, had reached toward that voice because every year of my life before my father died had trained me to do exactly that. Caleb made a sound that was almost my name and almost a curse. I stopped. My right hand was on the door latch. I had no memory of putting it there. The wood under my palm felt damp and cold and shockingly real. For one hideous second, my mind tried to break itself in two directions at once. One part saying, "Dad." One part saying, "Impossible." One part saying, "Open it." One part saying, "If you open this door, you are already dead." Then Caleb lunged and caught my wrist so hard the bones ground together. "No!" he hissed. I turned toward him, and whatever was on my face must have frightened him as badly as the voice had, because his own expression changed instantly from fear to something harsher. "Evan," he whispered, but not like the voice outside had whispered it. This was raw, desperate, present. "That is not him." My breathing had gone ragged. I could hear it. Outside, for several seconds, there was only silence again. Then the voice came from the other side of the shack. Not outside the door now, near the back wall. Moving. Caleb. My brother froze, with his hand still locked around my wrist. The effect on him was immediate and brutal. Not because he believed, I think, but because he recognized it too. The sound of our father saying his name had always carried a slightly different note than when he said mine. More patience in it when Caleb was young, more warning when he got older. Because Caleb needed both in greater quantities than I ever did. The voice outside had that too. Not perfectly copied in a theatrical sense, simply present, as if the air had opened and let our father stand inside it. Caleb's fingers tightened until pain shot up my arm. "No," he said again, but to himself this time. The voice did not repeat immediately. It let us sit in the damage. I think that is the moment I truly understood that whatever was outside the shack was not merely making sound. A bird can mimic. A person can imitate. Fear can project meaning onto noise and turn branches into speech if you give it enough dark and enough grief. This was not that. This knew where to place the voice. Not just the words, the voice itself as a tool. It had found, somehow, the exact sound that bypassed thought and reached for reflex. It hadn't called to us like prey. It had called to us like family. Caleb slowly let go of my wrist. I stepped back from the door, shame and fear rising together so sharply they made me nauseous. If Caleb had moved a second later, if I had been standing instead of half crouched, if the latch had lifted cleanly under my hand. I still think about that sequence at night sometimes. Not because I wonder whether I'd have survived, but because I know I would not have hesitated a second time. "That's impossible," Caleb whispered. "Yeah. Tell me you heard that." I heard it. "That was him." "No," I said, and then corrected myself, because truth mattered in that room more than comfort did. It sounded like him. Caleb looked at me, with eyes gone too wide in the low light. "What's the difference?" I had no answer for that either. The shack held still around us. The beam of the flashlight had started to dim a little, not enough to fail yet, but enough that shadows at the corners of the room had thickened. The carved initials in the studs now looked deeper than they had earlier, like cut marks in old bone. My wrist still ached where Caleb had grabbed it. He kept staring at the back wall as if he expected our father's voice to come through the planks directly next time. When it came again, it was softer. Not from the door, not from the wall, from somewhere just past the window. "Boys!" That one nearly undid us both. Dad used to say it in that exact tone when he wanted us quiet without making a scene of it. Not angry, just enough weight behind the word to bring a room or a patch of woods under control. I felt Caleb recoil beside me as if he had been touched. I whispered, "Don't answer." He nodded, but I could see his throat working. There are pains you expect in horror: fear, shock, the body's stupid betrayals. What I had not expected until that night was the violation of hearing love used against you with perfect accuracy. It took grief, which is already a wound that never closes properly, and pressed fingers into it from the outside. The voice did not keep speaking. That was another cruelty. It offered only enough to force memory open, then left us inside the gap. We sat like that for what may have been 20 minutes, or may have been 5. Time in that shack no longer had edges. My thoughts moved in loops. Open the door. Don't open the door. It sounded like him. He is dead. It knows his voice.
How does it know his voice? Was it listening to us for years before this? Did it pull the sound out of us somehow? Did the old man know this part too? I kept coming back to the cloth folded in the wall crack by the door. Not because it explained anything, because it meant the shack itself was not neutral. Someone had used it this way before. Someone had left a marker inside it. Whether that meant warning, ritual, or maintenance, I still did not know. But it meant we were not the first men to sit inside those planks and hear something outside trying to call them into the dark. That thought made the room feel occupied in a new way. Not by presence, but by history. Caleb eventually leaned close enough that I could barely hear him. "You think it knows us now?" I did not pretend to misunderstand the question. "Yes," I said. "How?" I looked toward the split board in the window, toward the black seam of the door, toward the back wall where the pressure had leaned before. I think it knew us the second we touched the marker.
The sentence seemed to settle over both of us like another layer of cold. Caleb rubbed a hand over his mouth. "I shouldn't have pulled that thing down." "No." He gave a small, pained laugh with no humor in it. "You don't waste words when it matters. There isn't a softer version that helps." His shoulders shook once, not quite from cold. "Yeah." Then the wall behind the broken stove took a hit so hard the whole shack jumped. Not 3 knocks, not testing. One single full-bodied impact that slammed dust from the rafters and rattled the stovepipe in its collar. The old boards groaned like they might split. Caleb cried out despite himself and jerked the rifle up. I half rose, expecting the wall to burst inward. It didn't. The structure held. But for a second after that blow, I could feel the shape of whatever had made it, not as sound, but as force in the room. As if the shack itself had become a drum, and we were sitting inside the struck skin of it. Then, once again, silence. No follow-through. No second hit. No attempt at entry. Only the message. I am still here. I can touch the walls whenever I want. I can stop if I choose to. Caleb's breathing had gone high and shallow. I reached across the narrow gap between us and touched his forearm once. Not comfort. Not really. Just proof that something living and human was still within reach. We never discussed sleep. It happened to us the way freezing happens sometimes, by increments your pride refuses to measure. Adrenaline can only hold a body upright for so many hours before it starts stealing from somewhere else. At some point, we both shifted from readiness into a kind of fractured endurance. Eyes open, then shut for a second, then open again.
Chin sinking to chest and jerking back up. The rifle across my lap growing heavier and farther away every time my mind dipped. I remember waking once to Caleb making a soft sound in his throat. Not a word, just the noise of someone surfacing from a nightmare into the same room that caused it. I remember another stretch where I thought I heard my father walking around outside the shack, not speaking now, just pacing through wet leaves, and I could not tell whether the sound was real or had entered my head after the voice did. I remember staring at the dim flashlight and realizing the battery was nearly gone, the beam yellowing at the center. Mostly I remember the feeling of sleep itself becoming unsafe, because every time my body started to drop toward it, some deeper part of me panicked and dragged me back, certain that if I lost a full minute of consciousness, the door would be open when I woke, or Caleb would be gone, or the voice would be inside the room instead of outside it. Toward what I think must have been the dead center of the night, the voice did not return. That absence was almost worse than hearing it, because by then I understood the real twist of what had happened to us. The thing outside the shack was not merely circling, watching, or imitating prey sounds the way a clever predator might. It had found the one voice each of us would answer before we could think. And once it had proven that, it no longer needed to keep using it. It had already learned enough. Chapter 4.1. The door open, the bag empty. I woke because of the cold. Not all at once, not with a shout or a full-body jolt. First, there was only the sensation of wrongness working its way into sleep. A draft across my face, a thin, wet chill touching the skin just below my eye where the sleeping bag had slipped. The kind of cold that belongs to open air, not walls. Then came the deeper instinct beneath it, the one that notices absence before thought does. Heat missing. Weight shifted. Silence changed. My eyes opened into near dark. For one blurred second, I didn't know where I was. The flashlight had died sometime while we were half sleeping through the night, and only a weak gray light, not yet dawn but no longer total dark, seeped through the split board at the window and the cracks in the planks. The room looked wrong in that light. Flatter. Emptier. Then memory hit all at once. The shack, the knocks, the face at the window, my father's voice outside the walls, and I came fully awake so fast it felt like pain. The door was partly open. Not wide, not hanging loose on its hinges, just open enough to let in a blade of cold morning air and a wedge of colorless light. The broken timber we had wedged against it had been knocked aside and lay half-turned on the floor. One of the rusted tins had tipped over near the threshold. The lantern we had kept beside Caleb's bag, not lit, just there in case we needed it fast, had rolled onto its side and rested against a wall stud, with the glass intact but the handle bent. I turned toward Caleb. His sleeping bag was empty. There is a point where the mind protects itself by refusing sequence. I did not think Caleb is gone in any complete sense. I did not think he's dead or taken or outside. I only registered a series of details so sharp they seemed unrelated. His bag open, the shape inside it wrong because there was no shape. The dark impression where his shoulder should have been. His rifle still beside the wall. That last detail hit hardest. If Caleb had gotten up on his own, if he had gone to piss, gone to check the door, gone to look outside because he thought he heard something, he would have taken the rifle. He might have forgotten his gloves, his hat, his dignity, any number of other things. But not the rifle. Never the rifle. I was on my knees before I understood I had moved. "Caleb." My voice came out thick, wrecked by cold and sleep and something already breaking inside it. No answer. I looked at the door, then back at the bag as if he might somehow be there if I checked twice. Then I crawled the short distance across the floor and touched the inside of the sleeping bag with one hand. Still warm. That is one of the details I have never forgotten. Not because it gave me hope, because it gave me time. Very little, but enough to turn panic into motion. "Caleb!" Louder now. Still nothing. The threshold held signs before I was calm enough to understand them. Mud tracked onto the boards in dark half smears. Not footprints exactly, more like dragged contact, streaked and broken. Near the splintered lower edge of the door, where the wood had caught on something as it opened, there was a tuft of fibrous material snagged in the break. At first I thought it was insulation from the sleeping bag. Then I saw the color. Dark red and black in the weak morning light. Not cloth at all. Hair or fur. Coarse, wet, and long enough to twist around itself where it had caught in the splinter. I stared at it for one stunned second. Then I ran outside. I did not take the rifle. That part shames me in hindsight because it was stupid and because I know exactly why I left it. Somewhere in the first half second of realizing Caleb was gone, the situation stopped feeling like danger and became rescue. A different set of instincts took over. Rifles, caution, the possibility of ambush, all of it vanished behind one brutal thought. He's close. He's hurt. Move. The cold outside hit like water. Dawn had not fully broken, but enough light filtered through the fog and trees now to show the ground clearly within a short distance of the shack. The world had gone colorless except for blood. There were drag marks. They started just outside the doorway and cut across the wet needles toward the trees beyond the clearing. Not a clean trench, but an irregular path where weight had pulled through mud, roots, and leaf mold. One side of the trail was heavier than the other, as if whatever had been dragged had twisted or caught intermittently on the ground. Here and there, the leaves had been turned over to expose darker, wet soil beneath. Fresh. I followed before I could think. "Caleb!" My voice tore through the trees and came back smaller. Nothing answered. 10 yards from the shack, I found the first thing left behind. His knit cap lay on the ground beside a young spruce, black with a blaze orange stripe around the edge, damp and flattened as though stepped on or pressed into the mud. I knew it immediately because I had made fun of him for buying it at a truck stop 2 seasons before. One side of it was darkened further with something wet that had not yet fully soaked through. I snatched it up, turned it over once, then dropped it again because there was no time. Because he was ahead. Because finding the cap meant finding him. Because all the old lies of rescue were still alive in me. "Caleb!" I kept running. The drag marks led through low brush into thicker timber where the ground pitched gently downhill. I slipped once on wet needles, caught myself on a trunk, and felt bark rip skin from the heel of my hand. I barely noticed. My whole body had narrowed into one violent purpose. My lungs burned. My pack was still on, half zipped, one shoulder strap twisted. Branches struck my face and jacket as I pushed through. The second object was his glove. Caught on a broken branch at about waist height, fingers hanging limp and pointing down slope. It had been snagged there in a way that looked almost careful. Not jammed by accident, not thrown. Left where the eye would find it, if the eye were desperate enough. I grabbed that too, then stopped myself and let it fall. That detail makes me sick now. The way I moved through those first signs, not as evidence, but as breadcrumbs I trusted. I did not ask the obvious question quickly enough. Why leave anything at all? Why not take him whole? Why not leave only confusion? Why stage a trail? Because part of me still believed in human logic. And human logic says a lost man drops things accidentally while being dragged. What I was following was not accident. 20 yards farther, I found the first blood on bark. A dark, wet smear across the side of a pine at shoulder height, as if a body had hit it hard and rolled away. Fresh enough that the edges still gleamed in the half-light. Below it, caught in a split of rough bark, a strip of flannel no bigger than 2 fingers. Red and black plaid. Caleb's overshirt. I tore it free and looked downslope. The drag marks continued. My breathing had become ugly now, uneven and loud, but I kept shouting his name between breaths. Every time I did, I expected an answer. Not because anything in the scene before me justified hope. Because brothers are still brothers, even when the world has stopped making sense. The mind clings to old relationship rules long after the landscape has voided them. The trees thickened another little stretch down. Young pine and scrub oak crowded together over black dirt churned by moisture. I had to shoulder through them, and when I emerged on the other side, I nearly stepped on the next sign. Skin. That is the cleanest word for it. A narrow strip of it, torn thin and ragged, hung from the broken end of a branch at chest height, caught there among bark fibers and one thread of flannel. Pale on one side, darker and wet on the other. No larger than the side of 2 fingers laid together, but unmistakable once the eye accepted what it was seeing. I made a sound that I have never been able to describe properly. Not a scream, not a word. Just the body forcing horror out of itself in pure noise. I staggered past it, half blind. The drag trail kept going. That was the worst part. Not the blood, not the cap, not the glove, not the strip of skin caught in wood like something peeled from a deer. The worst part was the order of it. One object, then another. Sign, then pause. Pain, then silence. It was laid out with spacing so exact it did not read as chaos anymore. It read as direction. Follow. There was more blood on the ground now, though still not enough for the violence implied by the trail. Small dark drops on turned leaves. A wider smear over exposed root. A patch of crushed grass bent sharply in one direction. Yet even there the scene held back from full explanation. It gave only enough to keep me moving. I should have stopped, I know that. I should have gone back for the rifle. I should have thought about distance, about line of sight, about the fact that nothing I was seeing resembled a normal animal drag, and that the woods were too quiet for the kind of struggle this trail promised. Instead, I plunged deeper. "Caleb!" My voice cracked on his name. For one terrible second after I shouted, I thought I heard something ahead. Not an answer, not words, just the sense of movement carrying through brush where the fog was beginning again between the trunks. I lunged toward it, slipping in black mud up to one boot heel, yanking free hard enough to nearly leave the boot behind. That was when I saw the path for what it truly was. Not one long continuous drag, but a series of placements. Here a scuff, there a pull. Then a clean section with almost nothing.
Then another sign exactly where the eye, once trained, would start to panic and search harder. It was not the spoor of panic. It was the anatomy of attention. My stomach turned so violently, I thought I might vomit. Still, I kept going. Denial can survive inside a body long after thought has abandoned it. I had seen enough by then to know, somewhere underneath everything else, that I was not running toward a rescue in any ordinary sense. But love does not care about ordinary sense. If my brother was alive, I had to reach him. If he was dying, I had to reach him. If he was already dead, I had to know where. Anything was better than not following. The ground steepened slightly. The mud darkened. Fog began collecting low between trunks in torn white bands. And ahead, just far enough to keep hope alive and reason broken, the trail of what had been done to Caleb continued into the trees, like a line someone had laid deliberately through the woods for me alone. Chapter 4.2 The Boot Standing Upright. The trail led me downhill through timber that no longer felt like forest in any ordinary sense. It felt arranged. That was the realization gathering under everything else as I followed the drag marks deeper from the shack. Not just that Caleb had been taken, not just that there was blood on bark and pieces of him or his clothing being left where my eyes would catch them, but that the whole route through the trees seemed built to keep me moving exactly as fast as fear would push me, and no faster. Every sign appeared just before doubt could fully stop me. Every gap between them was long enough to let panic take control, but short enough to reward it. I was breathing hard enough to taste blood in the back of my throat. My hand throbbed where bark had torn it open. Branches kept catching at my sleeves and the twisted strap of my pack, jerking me sideways as I stumbled through young spruce and scrub oak. The fog had thickened in the low ground, not into a full wall yet, but enough to soften distance and leave the air tasting wet and metallic. My boots slipped in the black mud that gathered in the roots and hollows between the trees. Somewhere above me, hidden by the low cloud and timber, a raven called once, and then cut off so sharply, it sounded less like silence returning than something silencing it. I kept shouting his name. Each time I did, my voice felt smaller when it came back to me, as if the woods were swallowing pieces of it. The drag marks veered left around a cluster of granite pushing through the soil. I followed, shoulder first through a stand of young pines so dense the branches slapped wet against my face and chest. When I broke through the far side, I nearly ran straight into the boot. It stood upright in the mud. For a second, I did not understand what I was looking at. My mind rejected the image because it was too still, too composed, too complete. It looked placed rather than lost. Caleb's left hunting boot, dark leather soaked almost black by the wet ground, stood heel down in a patch of exposed mud at the edge of a shallow dip between trees. The laces had not spilled loose or snagged outward the way they would if a boot came off in struggle. They were tucked in, neat. The tongue lay flat, the opening faced slightly toward me, as if waiting for a foot that would never return to it. I stopped so abruptly that my knees nearly folded. The whole forest seemed to narrow around that one object. I knew it was his immediately, not only because of the size and brand, but because one lace tip had been replaced the year before with a mismatched black aglet after the original snapped. I had watched him swear at it in his garage over a folding chair and a cheap flashlight because he refused to buy new boots before the season. That useless little detail hit me with such force that for half a second, the sight before me split in two. Present horror and memory, both equally real and equally cruel. "Caleb," I said, but it came out as breath more than voice. I stepped toward it slowly, as though the boot itself might shift if approached too quickly. The mud around it was churned, but not in the way I expected. There were signs of force, yes, dark smears, drag breaks, sections of turned earth, but not the wide, chaotic stamp of a violent struggle. Instead, there were interruptions. One pull, then stillness. A deep press beside the boot that might have been a knee, or the end of something heavy briefly set down. The longer I stared, the worse it became, because the boot did not look abandoned in panic. It looked displayed. Something inside me finally cracked then, not fully, but enough to let a more primitive fear in. Until that moment, no matter what I had already seen, the cap, the glove, the blood on bark, the strip of skin hanging from the branch, some hard central part of me had still been operating under the logic of rescue. Find him, reach him, stop the bleeding, carry him, shoot whatever needed shooting, do something. The boot changed that. Because there was no innocent version of it, no simple accident, no way to look at the tucked laces and the upright stance and tell myself this had happened by movement alone. I crouched beside it and immediately wished I hadn't. Not because of gore, there wasn't much, not in the way people imagine, but because of the smallness of the nearby details. To the right of the boot, half sunk in mud and pine needles, lay a broken rib, split open lengthwise. The center held a dark wetness that still glistened faintly despite the cold, as if whatever had exposed it had done so very recently. A scrap of gray fleece clung to one end.
A few inches away, another piece of fabric, denim this time, torn ragged and stiffening at the edges, stuck to the ground where wet earth had begun to claim it. No body, no hand reaching, no shape in the brush waiting to be found and named. Only pieces of implication, placed close enough together to force the mind into building the rest. I stood so fast, my vision narrowed for a second. "Caleb!" The shout ripped something in my throat. For one instant, I was sure nothing would answer, that the only response would be my own voice folding uselessly back through the trees. Then, from farther downhill, through fog and trunks and distance I could no longer measure accurately, I heard him. "Evan!" My whole body turned toward the sound before the word had even finished crossing the air. "Help me!" It was Caleb's voice. Not similar, not approximate. Caleb, strained and breathless and terrified, the way he would sound if he had rolled downhill with a broken leg or crawled into brush bleeding and couldn't get up. The voice came from below me, beyond the dip, somewhere through the grayer bands of fog where the land seemed to fall away. Every instinct in me surged toward it. "I'm coming!" I shouted back. And I did move. 2 steps, maybe 3. Boots tearing loose from mud. Rifleless, stupid, heart slamming. The whole world narrowed again into brother and distance and the obscene relief of hearing him alive. Then from uphill, behind me, Caleb's voice called out again. "Evan!" Exact same panic, exact same pitch, exact same words. "Help me!" I stopped dead. I don't mean I slowed. I froze so completely that it felt like being struck through the spine. The second call had come from the opposite direction, from above, back toward the shack, or at least back toward higher ground behind me. Not faintly different, not suggestive, not close enough to mistake for echo. It was the same voice, saying the same thing from a place the first voice could not possibly have reached in that amount of time. All the cold in the woods seemed to enter my body at once.
For a second, the world broke into separate pieces. Trees, fog, mud, boot, rib, breath. Memory of our father's voice outside the shack. My own heartbeat hammering so hard it made my jaw ache. Somewhere inside that break, meaning arrived. Sound could not be trusted anymore. Not distance, not direction, not voice. I stood in black mud with Caleb's boot inches from me and understood with a clarity so total it felt almost peaceful that whatever had taken him was no longer merely using the woods around me. It was using me inside the woods. The downhill voice cried again, weaker now, choked with pain. "Evan!" And before it could finish, the uphill voice answered with the same broken urgency. "Help me!" I made a sound I did not know I could make. Half gasp, half animal refusal. Every part of me wanted to move and could no longer decide where movement meant hope and where it meant stepping directly into whatever had arranged the boot, the blood, the scraps, the trail. Love and terror hit each other so hard inside my chest that for one blinding second they were indistinguishable. Branches shifted to my left. Heavy movement. Not crashing. Not the frantic, noisy thrashing of a deer or bear breaking through undergrowth. The brush flexed and released with deliberate weight, each stem bending under pressure and rising back carefully, as if something large were repositioning itself just beyond what the fog would let me see. I turned toward the sound and saw nothing except the subtle disturbance moving through low pine and scrub in a line too controlled to be random wind. Then it stopped. The silence after that was almost unbearable. The downhill voice did not call again immediately. Neither did the uphill one. It was as if both directions were waiting now to see what I would choose. I could feel my own breathing grow too loud. My wet gloves stuck cold against my palm where I had clenched and unclenched my hand without realizing it. Somewhere, water dripped from a branch into mud with a soft, obscene little tick. I backed up one step. The motion felt like betrayal, not only of Caleb, but of the role I had been clinging to since waking in the shack. Protector, older brother, the one who kept things practical, the one who decided direction, the one who did not panic. That man had no map for a forest where grief could speak in two places at once. "Caleb," I said, but quietly now, almost to myself. No answer. The fog moved slightly between the trunks downhill, thinning just enough to suggest space beyond, then thickening again. For one insane moment, I imagined him there on the ground with one arm lifted, hidden only by distance and bad luck. Then I looked back at the upright boot and knew that was exactly the kind of thought this place had been trying to build in me from the moment I found the first cap. Not evidence, behavior. I could almost hear the old man's voice from the store under everything else. It isn't marking land, it's marking behavior. My chest hurt from how hard my heart was beating. A branch snapped somewhere behind me, not loud, just clean. One break, then stillness. I turned halfway, scanning, and that was when the downhill voice came again, much closer than before. So close, in fact, that it should have been visible. "Evan!" Not shouted this time, barely above a whisper. It came from just beyond a line of saplings where no one stood. Every hair on my arms lifted under my jacket, because that was no longer a man calling for help from distance. That was something repositioning the sound itself, placing it close enough to hook reflex and low enough to make response feel intimate. I took another step backward, then another. The branches to my left shifted again, heavier this time, and one low pine bough bowed downward under visible pressure before slowly rising once more. I still saw nothing attached to the movement. No full body, no face, only effect. As if the thing making it understood exactly how little it needed to reveal. That, more than any glimpse of pale skin or wrong teeth, finally drove rescue out of me and let survival in. It was not a clean transition. Nothing noble, nothing strategic. Just the body's last line kicking in once the mind had been dragged too far. I looked once more at the boot standing upright in the mud, at the split rib with its dark center, at the denim caught in the ground, and realized with a horror that felt almost abstract that if I stayed where I was another 30 seconds, I would follow whichever Caleb called next. And that would be the end of me. The uphill voice came one last time, sudden and sharp enough to hit like a slap. "Evan!" I flinched so hard I nearly fell. Then I turned and ran. Chapter 4.3 Running Blind, Hiding Wrong. I ran without direction because direction had stopped meaning safety. That was the truth of it. Not bravery, not strategy. Just the body making the oldest decision it knows once thought has been poisoned badly enough. Move now, understand later. I turned away from the upright boot, away from the two voices wearing my brother's panic, and crashed into the trees at a pace no one should keep in that kind of country. The fog, the roots, the black mud, the low branches, the rising and falling ground, all of it became secondary to one raw instruction beating in my chest. Get away. I had left Caleb behind. That fact moved with me from the first stride, not as a thought, but as a wound already open and still being torn wider. Every few seconds, some part of me tried to turn back. He might still be alive. You heard him. You heard him. But another part, colder and more final, had already understood that the voice was no longer a path toward him. It was the thing that had taken him reaching for me through the only handle it needed. So I ran. The woods did not help. They narrowed and twisted and offered no line clean enough to follow. Young pines slapped wet needles across my face. Deadfall caught at my shins. The rifle, finally back in my hand only because I must have snatched it from the ground or slung it instinctively at some point in the last stretch, I still cannot remember exactly when, banged against trunks and snagged on branches until it felt less like a weapon and more like a length of iron trying to anchor me in place. My pack lurched with every downhill step, throwing my balance off just enough to make each stride dangerous. I fell the first time before I had gone 50 yards. My boot slid on a skin of wet needles over rock, and my legs shot out from under me. I hit hard on my right side, the rifle skidding half across my chest, breath punched clean out of me. Before pain could settle, I was scrambling again, one knee soaked through, left hand grabbing at a trunk for leverage. The bark gave way to granite under moss. My palm came down wrong and sliced open against a sharp edge hidden beneath the wet. I felt the cut but did not process it. Just heat, then slickness, then another branch in my face and the need to keep moving. I shoved myself onward, gasping, the cold air sawing through my throat. Behind me, for a few moments, there was nothing. That was almost worse than pursuit. No crashing through the brush, no obvious charge, no triumphant noise to let me believe I had at least correctly identified the shape of the danger. Only the ragged sound of my own movement and, once or twice, the sense that branches had shifted in some other line through the trees, not quite parallel to mine, and not quite separate from it either. Weight, not speed. Something large enough to change the tension in the undergrowth without ever needing to reveal itself fully. I lost a glove somewhere on the second fall. That one happened when the ground pitched more sharply than it had any right to. I had been running across what I thought was a side slope, and suddenly there was no side slope at all. Only a slide of mud and loose stone dropping into darker timber below. I hit, slid, slammed shoulder first into a dead sapling, and rolled hard enough for the world to flash white around the edges. When I shoved myself up, my left glove was gone. The hand beneath it was already numb from cold and blood, raw across the palm where the granite had opened it. I almost stopped to look for the glove. That instinct, the stupid domestic instinct to recover one lost thing in the middle of a catastrophe, still embarrasses me. But habits die slowly. The old camping brain that hated missing gear flickered once, and then was gone beneath a louder understanding. If you stop moving for comfort now, you do not move again. So I left it. The rifle caught in branches again. I tore it free too hard and nearly lost my footing a third time. My breathing had become a full-body event now. Each inhale shallow and insufficient. Each exhale hot and ragged against the cold, damp air. The fog thickened in pockets as I descended, gathering low among the trunks and deadfall until the world seemed to open and close in strips around me. I could no longer have said with confidence whether I was heading away from the shack, toward the road, or deeper into the same trap from another angle. At some point, I realized I could not hear Caleb's voice anymore. That absence did not comfort me. It only told me the chase had changed shape. The land broke under me a few minutes later, not in the dramatic sense of a cliff or ravine opening without warning, but in a quieter, more dangerous way. One second I was forcing my way through brush and low pine. The next, the ground dropped into a narrow wash choked with roots, stone, and old storm-felled timber. I stumbled down the bank on my heels, caught myself on a trunk slick with damp moss, and nearly pitched head first into a tangle of dead branches wedged at the bottom. The wash ran crooked below the ridgeline, maybe 20 feet across at its widest and much less in places. A natural drainage cut deep enough that the banks rose steep on both sides. Water only moved there after harder weather, I think. Now it held mostly mud, black leaves, exposed stone, and the layered remains of years of fallen wood. One pine trunk had come down across it long ago, and now rested at an angle just above chest height. Its roots lifted and torn on one bank, its branches broken short on the other. Below and around it was a nest of smaller deadfall and root tangles, thick enough to make the space feel half burrow, half trap. I should have kept moving. I know that too. But panic had burned through so much of my body by then that the sight of cover, any cover, however bad, felt like mercy. Not safety, merely interruption. A place to vanish for 1 minute, maybe 2. A place to stop being visible long enough to think. I dropped the last few feet into the wash and forced myself under the fallen pine. The space beneath was barely enough. Mud sucked at my knees. Broken branches clawed my jacket. I had to shove the rifle ahead of me and then worm my body sideways between roots and damp earth until my shoulder hit one bank and my boots wedged against the other. The trunk above me smelled of rot and sap and cold. One snapped branch jutted down so close to my face I could feel the wet bark against my temple if I turned wrong. When I finally stopped moving, I was half on my side, half twisted onto my back, pinned in a cramped hollow of mud, roots, and darkness. The first thing I did was listen. The second thing I did was try not to sob from relief and terror at the same time.
I could still hear the forest above, but only dimly now. The wash changed the sound. Wind, where there was any, passed over the top rather than through it. Small movements became harder to place. My own breathing sounded enormous in the confined space, and I had to clamp my jaw to keep my teeth from chattering because the noise felt intolerable. The cut on my palm had begun to sting hard in the cold. My left hand, bare now, had gone beyond pain into an aching numbness that made the fingers feel detached from me. Mud was already soaking through the side of my pants and into the hem of my jacket. Still I stayed. Minutes passed, or maybe only seconds stretched. No pursuit came crashing down into the wash after me. No face appeared above the deadfall. No branch was shoved aside with impatient force. That, more than anything, began turning fear into something worse. An animal chase has a shape. Even a human one does. You run, it follows. Somebody catches up or doesn't. The lines are brutal, but they are comprehensible. This had become patience. At some point, late afternoon by the look of the dimness filtering through the branches above, though time had become nearly useless by then, I heard the first sign that something had found where I was. Not footsteps, tension. A branch above me bent under weight and did not spring fully back. Then another, a few yards farther upslope. Slow pressure, careful transfer, as if something were repositioning itself with enough control to avoid the louder sounds of broken brush. The dead pine above me gave a tiny fiber pop, where one of the smaller limbs still attached to it took strain and released it. I stopped breathing. The movement above did not continue in a line. That was the worst part. It shifted, paused, shifted again. Not searching blindly, not pacing, occupying space over me. Once, a little shower of damp dirt came down through the roots on the bank to my right, and I had to fight the urge to flinch when it hit my cheek. Then came the smell. Wet fur first, or something close enough to it that the distinction stopped mattering. Dense, animal, carrying rain and old earth in it. Beneath that, rot. Not the rich rot of leaves and logs, but the sweeter, heavier edge of meat gone wrong. Not fresh carrion exactly, something older and opened more than once. It drifted down in slow threads and settled under the trunk with me, thick enough that for a moment I thought I might gag. I lay there. Chapter 5.1 Rescue Without Relief. They found me near an ATV trail sometime the next day, though for a long time afterward, I couldn't tell where the night had ended and the rescue had begun. My memory of getting out of the wash is broken in ways that still don't line up cleanly. I remember cold first. Not the ordinary kind anymore, not the sharp morning bite or the wet ache of fog in the timber, but something heavier and more final, as if the cold had stopped being weather and become a condition of my body. It lived in my teeth, in my wrists, in the center of my chest. I remember trying to crawl at some point and realizing I had been lying still too long because my legs no longer belonged to me in the usual way. I remember dragging the rifle behind me like scrap metal, and then not having the rifle anymore. I remember climbing a bank on my hands and knees and sliding halfway back down because the mud under the leaves had turned slick as grease. I remember a strip of pale sky through thinning trees and the conviction, irrational, absolute, that if I could just keep the sky on my left, I would eventually hit something human. After that, everything came in fragments. A wide trail cut through low brush, the churned tracks of vehicles, the hard-packed shape of ground that had known tires.
my own boots refusing to lift. A voice far away that I thought at first was Caleb again, and the panic that came with hearing a voice at all after what the woods had done with them. I must have fallen near the trail because the next clear thing I remember is lying on my side with gravel pressed into my cheek and someone saying, "He's alive," in a tone that sounded less relieved than surprised. Hands rolled me. Light hit my eyes, too bright and too white to belong in those woods. A flashlight maybe, or daylight focused through panic. I tried to push up and somebody pressed me gently but firmly back down. "Easy, easy, don't move." There were at least 3 voices, maybe 4. Men, I think. 1 woman. Their words came through as if I were hearing them through heavy fabric. A TV trail. Exposure. Sheriff's office. Get the blanket. Watch his head. He's cut up pretty bad. Where's the other one? That question reached me harder than the rest. I tried to answer it and couldn't. My mouth worked. What came out was a cracked breath and then a cough so violent it made my vision spark black around the edges. Someone slid an arm behind my shoulders. Someone else covered me with something thick and rough-smelling that trapped a little heat and a lot of unfamiliar scent. Diesel, old nylon, sweat, the sterile tang of first aid supplies. "Can you hear me?" a voice asked close to my face. I nodded, or thought I did. "What's your name?" "Evan." It came out wrong, thick, slow, like my tongue had swollen. "Good. Evan, stay with me. You know where you are?" I looked past the speaker's shoulder at the line of trees bordering the trail and had the immediate, blinding certainty that if they put me back in those woods for even 1 minute, I would die. Not because of blood loss or cold, because something there had already learned too much of me. "Don't," I said. "Don't what?" "Don't let it." I don't know if the rest became words. They loaded me onto something rigid, a backboard or a stretcher, and cinched straps over my chest and legs. The movement made pain wake up all over me in separate places at once. The cut in my palm, both knees, my shoulder, a band of fire along my ribs where I must have hit something harder than I remembered. My head throbbed with a deep, sick ache that did not feel local, as if the inside of my skull had been shaken loose from itself. I faded after that. In and out. Sound and dark. Motion and stillness. I remember the rattle of an ATV or side-by-side over rough ground. I remember cold wind on my face, then the smell of a vehicle interior. Then someone cutting open the cuff of my jacket because my hand had swollen. Once I came awake enough to hear a radio crackling with clipped voices and my own name being repeated back, in a different tone than when it was first spoken, passed along like information rather than identity. At some point, there were ambulance lights. Not the dramatic red and blue of movies, just intermittent color washing over a ceiling I wasn't looking directly at. I remember a medic shining a penlight into one eye, then the other, and saying something to someone else about sluggish pupils. I remember being asked if I knew what day it was, and saying October because that felt close enough to truth to count. I remember asking for Caleb and hearing a pause before the answer came. "We're still looking." That phrase never left me. Not because it was cruel, because it was professional. Measured. Already belonging to a world where Caleb had crossed from brother into subject of search. The hospital was in Rapid City. I know that because later I saw it written on paperwork, though when they first wheeled me into the emergency department, it could have been anywhere. Hospitals all smell faintly alike once you are weak enough. Bleach, warm plastic, paper, stale conditioned air, and whatever sterile sweetness clings to IV tubing and disposable blankets. The fluorescent lights overhead made my eyes ache. Somebody clipped my jacket open. Somebody else cut the lace from my right boot because the knot had frozen hard with mud. My bare left hand burned when warm air touched it, then went numb again. People kept saying my name the way professionals do when they want you anchored to your own body whether you like it or not. Evan, look at me. Evan, can you squeeze my fingers? Evan, do you know where you are? I answered some of it. Missed the rest. Lost time when they pushed warm fluids into me through the IV line in my arm and wrapped me in heated blankets that felt almost painful at first. The rewarming came in layers, pins and needles in my feet, deep shudders that I could not control, a strange burning in my thighs and chest as if my own blood had turned abrasive moving through me again. Someone mentioned mild hypothermia. Someone else said possible concussion. There were cuts, bruising, dehydration, exposure. All ordinary words, all too small. The sheriff came later, after the first wave of treatment, when I had been moved to a quieter room with a curtain and a monitor that kept whispering my pulse back to the dark. He was not unkind, that matters. People imagine disbelief as open contempt, as somebody scoffing at the story right in your face. In my experience, it rarely works that way. Real disbelief is gentler, more patient. It lets you keep your dignity while it quietly moves your words into a different category than fact. The sheriff was in his 50s maybe, broad in the shoulders, tired around the eyes, wearing a tan uniform that looked too stiff for how long the day had probably already been. He had a small notebook and the kind of careful manner used around the injured, the bereaved, and the unstable. Maybe I was all three. He asked about the truck first. Trailhead location, vehicle description, license plate. He asked when Caleb and I had gone in, whether we had told anyone our exact route, whether we had maps, GPS, radios. All fair questions. I answered as best I could. Sometimes I had to stop and push through the fog in my head before the right words surfaced. The concussion made everything slow and slippery. Names drifted out of reach and then came back all at once. I lost the thread of one answer midway through and realized only because the sheriff waited longer than normal before asking me to start over. When he turned to Caleb, I sat up too fast and the room tilted. "He was taken," I said. The sheriff lifted one hand slightly, not to stop me, just to slow the room down. "All right, tell me what happened." So I tried. That was the first time I heard how impossible it sounded outside my own head. I told him about the red cloth tied low to the tree, about the old man at the store warning us not to touch it, about the knocking in the woods and then on the shack itself, about the folded strip of cloth hidden in the wall by the door, about waking to the cold and finding Caleb gone. I stopped before the voice. Then I said it anyway. "It used my father's voice," I said. The sheriff did not react visibly. That control almost undid me more than mockery would have. He only looked down once at the notebook, then back up. "Your father's voice. He's dead." A small pause. "You heard something that sounded like him." "No," I said, sharper than I intended. "I heard him. That's the problem." The sheriff let the sentence settle without arguing with it. Then he asked, very carefully, "You and your brother had both been awake most of the night?" "Yes." "You'd been out in severe cold?" "Yes." "You were under stress?" "Yes." "You found animal remains?" "Yes."
Did you see the thing that took him? Thing. Not man, not animal. Just a shape of a noun broad enough to let me answer without committing the department to anything yet. I saw part of it, I said. What part? Face. Maybe face. Through the board at the window. He nodded slightly. All right. But his pen slowed. Not stopped. Slowed. Just enough to tell me where my words had crossed the invisible line from event into interpretation.
Later, a doctor came in, young enough to seem tired rather than old, and asked me questions in a different language built from medical restraint. Did I remember losing consciousness? Was I having difficulty distinguishing dreams from waking memory? Had I consumed alcohol or taken anything before the trip? Did I have a history of sleep deprivation? She used phrases like post-traumatic confusion and acute exposure and concussion-related distortion. None of it was insulting. Most of it was probably true. None of it touched what I knew. A deputy came once with a plastic evidence bag holding my phone and wallet, both muddy, and asked if I could confirm they were mine. Another nurse hung a second bag of fluid and tucked the warmed blanket more tightly around my shoulders. At some point, I heard two people outside the curtain say, "Predator confusion," in the low, careful voice hospital staff use when they think a patient is not fully awake. Another voice answered with memory distortion, and I understood then, with a strange, icy calm, that my survival had already been translated into terms everyone in that building could live with. Shock, exposure, confusion. Maybe a bear, maybe a mountain lion, maybe a brother lost to cold and bad decisions in rough country. Not what happened. Never what happened. That was the worst part of being rescued. Not that they were wrong to keep me warm, to start the IV, to ask the practical questions, to search for Caleb with helicopters and ground teams and dog handlers. They did all of that. They worked. They cared. They were not villains in my story. They were simply standing on the other side of a wall I could no longer cross, because I knew something they had no place to put. And once you know that sort of thing, once you hear a dead man's voice outside rotten boards in the dark, and nearly open the door because love moves faster than reason, you stop belonging fully to rooms like that, to hospital light, to forms, to the calm, neutral nouns of official concern. Caleb remained missing. That was the phrase by the end of the day. Missing. Not dead, not taken, not left. Not pulled out of a sleeping bag by something that knew exactly what voice would make us answer. Just missing. By then, I was warm enough to stop shaking. I was not warm enough to feel safe. Chapter 5.2. Evidence that doesn't fit. They kept me in the hospital overnight and most of the next day, long enough for my body to begin working like it belonged to me again, and long enough for the official version of what happened to start taking shape without my permission. That was the strange thing about it. I had survived something I could barely describe without sounding unstable. And while I was still lying under heated blankets with bruises blooming across my ribs and my left hand wrapped in gauze, other people had already begun sorting the event into categories they understood. Search grid, probable route, environmental exposure, predator sign, missing subject. It all sounded clean when spoken in clipped, professional voices. The same way a map looks clean until you're the one freezing somewhere beyond its edges. The sheriff came back twice that next day. Once in the morning, once again after lunch. The first visit was mostly follow-up. He wanted me to retrace the route as best I could from memory, though memory by then had begun behaving like bad ice, holding under weight in one place, cracking in another for no reason I could predict. I could tell him where we parked. I could tell him about the convenience store and the warning, though I nearly left the warning out because every time I said it aloud, it seemed to lose force in ordinary rooms. I could describe the game trail, the first camp, the old shack, the drag marks, the boot. The boot made him pause. He didn't challenge it, just asked me to repeat exactly how it looked. Standing upright, I said, in mud. Yes. Could it have been caught on a root or branch beneath the surface? No. You checked? I looked at it from 2 feet away. He nodded and wrote something down. I watched his face as he did it, hoping for some flicker that would tell me the image had unsettled him the way it had unsettled me. If it did, he hid it well. The second visit was different. By then, search teams had already been on the ridge and around the shack. I could tell from the mud on his boots, from the smell of cold air and damp pine still clinging to his uniform, that he had either been there himself or had just come from talking to the men who had. He pulled the visitor chair closer to my bed before sitting. "We found the structure," he said. He didn't call it a shack. He called it a structure, as if stripping it of its personality might help. I sat up a little straighter despite the ache in my side. And there was blood inside and outside near the doorway. I nodded once. My mouth had gone dry. We recovered torn fabric in the surrounding area. Also evidence of disturbance in the soil and undergrowth extending downhill from the structure. Did you find him? The sheriff held my eyes for a moment too long before answering. Not yet. Not yet. 2 words that perform mercy while changing nothing. He continued in the same measured tone. We also located a spent round in the wall where you said your brother fired. I almost laughed then. Not because anything was funny, but because the phrasing made the whole thing feel obscene. A spent round. As if the neatness of evidence could somehow steady the rest of it. Yes, of course there was a spent round. Caleb had fired because something with my dead father's voice had been standing outside the window in the dark. The bullet was the least strange object in that room. "What about the rock?" I asked. He frowned slightly. "What rock?" "The clearing from the first camp. We found bones there. A deer spine on a flat stone. Smaller bones arranged around it." That got another note in the pad. Search teams did recover animal remains in a nearby area, yes. Nearby area? That's how it was written up. Was there a jaw fragment? A pause. Then, there was what appears to be a possible human bone fragment recovered from the site. It's been logged. Logged. Not emphasized, not discussed. Not described in any way that might force a room full of law enforcement and hospital staff to stop calling this an animal incident, complicated by poor weather and bad choices. I looked at him. Possible? He gave a small shrug that was not indifference so much as process. Until it's examined, that's the language we use. I turned my face away for a second and stared at the pale wall beyond the bed rail. The fluorescent light above me hummed faintly. Somewhere out at the nurse's station, somebody laughed at something unrelated and then lowered their voice again. The ordinary life of the building continued, and inside it, my brother had been converted into paperwork. The sheriff let the silence breathe before he went on. There were no predator tracks that clearly matched a single animal, he said. I looked back at him.
What does that mean? It means the ground conditions were inconsistent. Mud in some places, needles and rock in others. A lot of disturbance.
Nothing clean enough to say bear. Nothing clean enough to say lion either. But there was blood.
Yes.
And signs of something being dragged.
Yes. And no body. Another pause. No body. That was the shape of the whole thing right there. Enough evidence to validate terror. Not enough to satisfy the kind of people who need one clean answer more than they need the truth. He gave me the official theory as gently as a man can hand another man a lie he wishes were real. At this stage, he said, the most likely scenario is that your brother suffered an animal attack near the structure, became separated from you in low visibility and deteriorating conditions, and moved or was moved through terrain that complicated recovery. Moved or was moved. Even then, they could not quite make the sentence behave. And the voices? I asked. He did not blink. You were under severe stress, Evan. You were cold. You hadn't slept. You'd experienced trauma.
It wouldn't be unusual for memory under those conditions to distort sound, sequence, and spatial awareness. It was almost word for word what the doctor had suggested in kinder language. I nodded slowly because there was no point in arguing with a framework that complete. Once men decide fear has made you unreliable, every specific detail you offer becomes another symptom. Still, some part of me would not stop pushing. What about the cloth? I asked. His pen paused. What cloth? The red marker on the tree. The folded red cloth in the crack by the shack door. Did they photograph that? He looked down at the notebook, then back up. I'd have to check the scene log. You didn't see it? There was a lot of ground covered. It was a fair answer, and a terrible one. Later that evening, when a deputy came to take one of my blood-stained shirts and the cut-up sleeve from my jacket as evidence, I asked him instead. He was younger than the sheriff by maybe 20 years, broad-faced, tired, the kind of deputy who still said sir to men older than him, even when they were lying half-broken in hospital beds. The red cloth? He said. Yeah. He shifted the evidence bag from one hand to the other. There was some mention of ribbon or fabric at one point, I think. Was it photographed? He hesitated just long enough to make the answer before the answer. I don't know if it was treated as significant. I stared at him. He looked uncomfortable, not defensive. A lot of things out there get photographed. Not all of them make the summary. That was the first time I understood how omission really works. Not as conspiracy, not as some deliberate cover-up coordinated in smoky back rooms. Just 1,000 tiny decisions made by practical people under pressure. This matters. This probably doesn't. This can wait. This belongs under miscellaneous. By the end of the process, reality has been sanded into whatever shape best fits the file. The next day, they discharged me with a stitched palm, bruised ribs, a concussion sheet, instructions to rest, and no body. The search continued another 4 days. That is what they told me officially. Unofficially, I learned more in fragments, because the people involved were all trying very hard to remain rational, and some of them were getting tired of how difficult the land had become. A deputy called to update me on the 3rd day. He used the same careful voice as the sheriff. No new recovery, he said. We're extending search patterns west of the ridge. What about the shack? Processed. What about the trail from the door? We documented disturbed ground. Disturbed ground, I repeated. Yes. What about the way the items were spaced? Silence. Then, you mean the cap and glove? And the rest. Another silence, longer this time. We documented personal effects along a likely movement path. Likely movement path. I nearly threw the phone. He was not lying. That was the maddening part. Every phrase they used contained some portion of truth. The cap had been there. The glove had been there. There had been blood and disturbed soil and torn fabric. But the meaning of those things, the impossible spacing, the way the trail seemed arranged, not scattered, the sense of deliberate progression, was always translated into safer language before it reached paper. On the fourth day, a different deputy, one I had not spoken to before, came by my rental house in person because they needed me to sign something related to recovered property. He stood on my porch with his hat in both hands and the look of a man who had spent too much time outside in bad weather, pretending not to have bad feelings about it. He went through the form quickly, then lingered in that way people do when they have already decided against saying something and are waiting to see if conscience changes its mind. Finally, I asked, "How bad was it up there?" He looked past me toward the living room and then back at the yard. "Cold," he said. "That's not what I meant." He shifted his hat once. "Search dogs didn't do well." I said nothing. He seemed to weigh how much farther he wanted to go. Handlers had trouble keeping them online. A couple of them wouldn't settle near the structure. One kept circling back on itself. Back on itself, how? He made a small motion with two fingers, looping in the air, like it couldn't commit to direction. My skin prickled. "And the teams?" I asked. He gave me a tight, humorless smile. "You spend enough years in the hills, you get used to people feeling turned around. Fog, bad visibility, rough ground. Happens. But," he let the word hang there between us. "But," he said quietly. I heard that phrase more than once this week. Feeling turned around. Not lost. Not off course. Not disoriented in the ordinary outdoor sense. Turned around, as if direction itself had become a trick played on the body by something slightly outside explanation. Hearing that from search teams did not make me feel vindicated. It made me feel farther from everyone else. Because even when discomfort reached them, they stopped one step short of naming it. No one ever brought up the folded red cloth at the shack door again. No one mentioned whether the newer marker tied at chest height had been found or photographed or logged under some bland word like fabric item. No one explained why the jaw fragment from the rock site did not seem to alter the tone of the public search summary. The official language leaned harder and harder toward what was survivable on paper. Probable animal attack, difficult terrain, severe weather exposure, missing hunter. The facts were all there in pieces. Blood, torn fabric, a spent round in the shack wall, disturbed soil, missing man. But the pieces refused to fit the story they preferred, and instead of changing the story, they treated the misfit as noise. That was the subtle horror of the aftermath. Not that authority denied everything outright. Worse than that. They acknowledged exactly enough to prove something terrible had happened while withholding the shape of what made it terrible. And beneath all the careful language, all the clipped updates and measured expressions and rational explanations, I began to notice something I could never prove. Even the men who didn't believe me were speaking like men who had been made uncomfortable by the place itself. Not scared enough to say so, just careful enough that I heard it. Chapter 5.3. The detail Evan keeps to himself. They returned our gear in stages, which somehow made it worse. If they had handed me everything at once, 2 duffels, 2 rifles, 2 packs, all of it dumped onto a table under fluorescent light, with forms to sign and evidence tape to cut, I might have been able to treat it like procedure. Inventory, recovery, property transfer, the language they liked. But that was not how it happened. One item came first, then another a day later, then a call saying more had been cleared for release. Each separate return forced me to relive the trip through objects that still carried the shape of those woods in them. The first bag they gave back held practical things that should have felt neutral and didn't. My flashlight, dead batteries still inside. A stove canister with mud drying in a crescent across the base. One of my socks sealed into a clear property bag because it had blood on it from my hand. Caleb's rifle was not among the first returns. Neither was his pack. They were still part of an open missing person case, which was another phrase I came to hate for how cleanly it erased the truth. My own jacket came back on the 3rd day after discharge. A deputy dropped it off, folded inside a brown paper evidence sack, with my name written in black marker across the front. The sleeve had been cut where the ER staff had opened it, and someone had bagged the torn section separately. Mud had dried into the cuffs. The left side still carried a black streak I could not identify from sight alone, and did not want to smell close enough to test. When I touched the fabric, the cold, damp memory of the wash came back so sharply I had to sit down at my kitchen table and breathe through it like pain. I told myself I was checking pockets for practical reasons. Phone charger, folded map copy, the cheap lighter I'd been carrying, anything that had been missed during processing. What I was really doing was searching for contradiction, something they had overlooked that would force the whole official story to break apart under its own politeness. The kitchen was quiet, except for the hum of the refrigerator and the weak rattle my furnace made every time it kicked on. Late afternoon light lay flat across the table and caught on the scratches in the wood. I remember that because the normalcy of the room offended me. My brother was still out there in some form I could not bear to picture cleanly, and my house kept behaving like a house. I turned the jacket inside out carefully, checking every seam. The right pocket held nothing except lint and a little grit. The inner chest pocket gave me a folded receipt from the gas stop outside Hill City, the ink smeared but still readable enough to make the date real all over again. In the lower left pocket, caught deep in the corner where the fabric had bunched during the cut, my fingers brushed something soft. For one stupid, hopeful second, I thought it was a glove fingertip or a strip of gauze from the hospital. Then I pulled it free. It was cloth, red. Not a lot of it. A narrow strip no longer than my index finger, frayed at one end and pinched into a twist at the other, where it had snagged and ridden there unnoticed. Damp had darkened it almost brown in places, but the color was unmistakable. It was not from my clothes. Not from Caleb's either. Neither of us had carried anything red into those woods, except the small blaze orange trim on hats and gear. And this wasn't that color at all. This was deeper, dirtier. The exact dead red of the markers. I stared at it for a long time without moving. The strip was too small to prove much to anyone else. That part I understood immediately. Fabric caught in brush, picked up in mud, transferred during search. There were a dozen rational explanations if a man wanted them badly enough, but I knew where it came from before the thought had even finished forming. I knew because I remembered brushing through the trees after the second marker. I remembered the folded cloth, tucked into the crack by the shack door. I remembered the glimpse at the window, dirty red, snagged somewhere near shoulder height, beside that pale section of face. The red in my hand made the room seem colder. I stood, walked to the sink, and almost dropped it down the drain. Not because I was afraid of the cloth itself, because the sight of it produced a sensation I could not yet admit even to myself. The instinct to get rid of evidence, not out of disbelief, but out of obedience. That was new. I set it on a paper towel instead and forced myself to sit back down. When you are raised to think of yourself as practical, it is almost impossible to recognize the moment fear starts dressing itself up as practicality. I told myself, sitting there in my kitchen with the red strip on the table between my hands, that there was no point turning it in. No point giving it to the sheriff, who would bag it, label it unknown fabric fragment, and add it to a file already swelling with things nobody knew how to read. No point feeding more detail into a system that would only sort it into the wrong shape. All of that was true. None of it was the deepest truth. The deepest truth was that I did not want to hand it over because doing so felt like speaking out of turn in a place where rules had already been made clear to me. I did not have that language yet. I only had the feeling. A pressure behind the ribs every time I imagined placing the strip in a deputy's hand and saying this was in my jacket. A wrongness attached not to being disbelieved, but to the act of disclosure itself. That should have frightened me more than it did. Instead, I folded the cloth back into the paper towel and tucked it into the drawer where I kept extra batteries, takeout menus, and a church key I had not used in years. Then I closed the drawer and sat there with both hands flat on the table until the furnace rattled on again. The second thing came a few days later. This time it was not mine. A detective from the county brought Caleb's map case and one of his outer layers to the house because they no longer needed them for immediate field reference. He apologized in the stiff, tired way people do when grief has become part of their workload. The map case had mud dried into the zipper teeth and a crack across the plastic window where something hard had struck it. Caleb's overshirt came sealed in a bag because of the blood. After the detective left, I set the map case on the table and looked at it for nearly an hour before opening it. Inside were the printed topo sheets Caleb had trusted more than he should have, softened from moisture and wrinkled at the folds. There was also his pencil, snapped near the eraser, and a cheap laminated card with unit boundaries on it that I knew he never actually used. Tucked behind the last folded map, almost hidden where the plastic backing had separated from the seam, was his phone. The battery was dead. The screen was cracked at one corner. I sat there with it in my hand, suddenly afraid in a way that had nothing to do with the woods themselves. Not because I expected some supernatural thing from the device, because phones hold normal life too well. Text threads, weather checks, stupid photos of gas station snacks and road signs and empty sky. Touching his phone meant touching the last hours in which Caleb had still been fully Caleb. I found the charger cable after dark and let it power up on the counter while the house went dim around me. There were no miracles in it, no clean footage, no video of a creature rushing from the trees, no full proof that would make a sheriff sit down hard and call someone above his pay grade. Most of the battery had been drained already before the trip, and Caleb had only used the camera a few times that day. 2 pictures of the truck at the trailhead, one badly framed photo of elk sign he'd intended to send to a guy from work, one accidental black image from his pocket. Then there was the last clear photo. I knew the location immediately, even before memory caught up. The ground, the angle of light, the low rise where the second marker had been. Caleb must have snapped it quickly while I was ahead or behind him, maybe intending to show me later that I was overreacting to just cloth. The image was slightly blurred from movement, but not enough to erase its shape. The red strip was there, tied at chest height exactly as I remembered. Only in the photo, something else was visible behind it. Not fully.
That would have been easier in a way. Just a pale vertical form farther back between two trunks, narrow and half hidden by fog, with one darker curve rising beside it that could have been a branch, or could have been something antler-like or bone-like, catching no light at all. The focus favored the cloth. The background fell off quickly. It was the sort of image any sane person could dismiss as bad depth, pale bark, motion blur, pareidolia. I looked at it for nearly an hour. Then I transferred it to my laptop. Then I enlarged it until the pixels broke apart and the thing behind the cloth became even less definite, and somehow worse for that. I never showed it to anyone. That is the part I have had the hardest time forgiving in myself, though I don't know if forgiveness is the right word. At the time, I told myself exactly what I had told myself about the strip of red cloth in the jacket pocket. They would not believe it. They would see blur and fog and trauma, and call the rest of it projection. The photo proved too little and suggested too much. It would join the jaw fragment and the disturbed soil and the spent round in the wall. A cluster of facts too uncomfortable to assemble honestly. Again, all of that was true. Again, it was not the whole truth. The whole truth was colder. By then, I had already begun editing the story for other people without being asked. Not to protect myself from embarrassment, not entirely. To protect something else I could not name without feeling physically ill, as if naming it too clearly might invite it into a room where it did not currently have standing. The woods had not only frightened me, they had taught me a behavior. Notice, withhold, move on. I saw this most clearly a week later when the sheriff called with another empty update. Search suspended pending weather improvement. No new remains. No fresh sign. He asked whether I had remembered anything else that might help. I looked at the closed kitchen drawer where the red cloth still sat wrapped in paper towel. I looked at the laptop on the counter with Caleb's blurred photo, stored in a folder I had renamed twice. And I said no. The word came out cleanly, too cleanly. After I hung up, I stood in the kitchen a long time, listening to the refrigerator hum and the furnace tick, and the neighborhood dog barking 2 houses over at something ordinary. My own reflection in the dark microwave door looked older than it had a month before. Not because grief had changed my face, but because fear had done something subtler. It had made me complicit before I understood I had agreed to anything. That was the real twist of the aftermath. Rescue had not weakened the horror. It had stripped it down to its coldest form. Out in the woods, fear had been knocks, voices, cloth, blood, wrong directions. Back home, it became behavior. Not what I had seen, but what I had started doing because of it. I had begun to keep parts of the truth in drawers. Chapter 6.1: The Life That Shrinks After Survival. People like to say survival changes you, as if change is a single clean event. It isn't, not in my experience. What happened after the woods was not transformation in any dramatic sense. I did not come home and become a different man overnight. I did not start drinking myself numb, or quit my job immediately, or shave my head, or do any of the visible things people recognize as damage.
I did what most men do when something impossible happens and no one around them has language for the exact shape of it. I tried to continue. That was the beginning of the shrinking. Winter came down hard that year. South Dakota has a way of making cold feel administrative, as though weather itself has decided to become policy. Snow gathered in the ditches, then in the fields, then in the hard gray corners of parking lots where it turned black with road grit and stayed there long after anyone wanted it. My body healed faster than the rest of me did. The cut in my palm closed into a pale, tight seam. The bruising along my ribs faded from violet to yellow and then disappeared. The concussion loosened its hold slowly. Headaches stopped showing up every afternoon, and light stopped feeling personal. By January, I looked, from the outside, like a man who had been through a bad accident and come out of it with the usual wear. That was useful to everybody. My mother could look at me across the kitchen table and pretend that visible healing meant progress. Co-workers could pause awkwardly, ask how I was holding up, and then relax when I said some version of fine. Friends who had not known Caleb well enough to feel his absence as anything other than a sad fact could shake their heads and say, awful, just awful, and move on to talking about weather, overtime, football, chains, gas prices, whatever else made the room feel normal again. Normal became a performance I learned quickly. I went back to work because bills do not care what followed you out of the woods. I answered emails, returned calls, stood in break rooms holding coffee that went cold in my hand because the smell of burnt coffee still pulled the convenience store back into me in one hard flash. I drove familiar roads and found myself checking the tree line at red lights without meaning to. Not staring, not obviously, just letting my eyes sweep fence posts, roadside brush, saplings by parking lots, the edge where lit human space gives way to anything unlit. At first, I thought I was looking for shapes. Later, I understood I was looking for cloth. That was one of the first habits that settled in without permission. I would pull into a gas station at dusk, step out of the truck, and before I looked for the door or the trash can or the pump number, my eyes would already have scanned the nearest posts and trees. A strip of caution tape caught on chain link, survey ribbon near a ditch, a rag tied to a gate. All of them hit the body before the brain, a quick, cold tightening beneath the ribs, followed by relief or something close to it when the thing resolved into ordinary trash or utility marking. Not every time. Sometimes I would see nothing and still feel watched for the length of time it took to fill the tank. Sleep changed first and hardest. Indoors, I never fully trusted walls again. That wasn't because I thought the thing from the ridge was literally outside the house every night. It was worse than that. I no longer believed enclosure meant safety in the simple way I had before. Doors became objects you checked twice, not because you feared intruders in the ordinary suburban sense, but because some part of you had learned that a closed door and an open one can be separated by only a few degrees of attention. I started waking around 2 or 3 in the morning with my heart already running hard, as if the fear had begun before consciousness arrived and merely dragged me up to meet it. Sometimes I woke because I had heard something in a dream that didn't quite belong to the dream. 3 slow knocks somewhere inside the house, or a voice outside that turned into the furnace settling once I was fully awake. Sometimes there was no sound at all, only the same cold certainty I had felt in the shack before opening my eyes. That heat had changed. Silence had changed. Something had shifted while I wasn't watching. I would lie there in the dark and listen to the house breathe. The refrigerator humming faintly from the kitchen. Baseboards ticking. Pipes knocking once when the heat changed over. Wind at the siding in winter. The ordinary vocabulary of a building. I learned every sound because I no longer trusted myself not to imagine a new one into the wrong shape. Outdoors was no better. For a while after Caleb vanished, people kept inviting me to things the way Americans do when they don't know how to help. Fishing weekend in Wyoming, a buddy's deer camp, one night at a lake cabin someone's uncle owned. The idea was always the same. Get you out, get your mind off it, do something normal again. I accepted a few at first because refusal required explanation, and explanation had become the one thing I was worst at. Every time, I left before the second night if I could. That rule formed without ceremony. I never announced it to myself. I simply noticed one day that I had not slept 2 nights in a row anywhere remote since the ridge, and that the thought of doing so made something in me go cold and still.
One night was tolerable, because one night could be survived through vigilance. You arrive before dark, set up, watch the edges, listen, leave in the morning. The second night was what I could not bear. The second night meant staying after a place had already had time to notice you. That is not a rational sentence. It was, however, the most honest one available. The habits multiplied quietly. I stopped saying Caleb's name after dark. That one took longer to recognize because it disguised itself as grief. People understand grief. They understand a man avoiding a dead brother's name at certain hours, in certain conversations, after enough whiskey, near enough anniversaries. What they do not understand is how deliberate the avoidance became. If my mother called in the evening and said, "Do you ever think Caleb would have?" I would cut gently around it, answer without repeating the name. If I was alone in the truck at night and memory pulled hard enough that I almost said it out loud, I would stop myself halfway and grip the wheel until the urge passed. It wasn't superstition exactly. It felt more like refusing to provide a signal. Family made the shrinking harder and more invisible at the same time. My mother asked questions nobody could answer and then hated herself for asking them. Did he suffer? Do they know anything more? Did he say anything before? She never finished that sentence the same way twice. I softened everything for her. Not because I wanted to lie, at least not in the beginning. Because truth had become a blade with no handle. You could not pass it to someone gently. So I gave her the version that fit inside a kitchen. We got lost. The weather turned. Something attacked him. I couldn't reach him. Search teams never found enough. All of those statements were true. None of them meant what she thought they meant. The rest of the family made him into a format they could survive. A tragedy. A missing person story. One more bad outdoors story people tell around holidays in lowered voices before switching to dessert and football. Caleb became a framed photo on the mantle at my mother's house, then a candlelit mention at Thanksgiving. Then that ache people carry politely around the outline of a vanished person they have already begun organizing into memory. I do not blame them for that. Human beings cannot live too long in the exact dimensions of certain horrors. We simplify, or we stop functioning. They had children, mortgages, surgeries, arguments, college applications, bad knees, normal life. Caleb's disappearance became something they could set beside all that and continue. I envied them for it sometimes. Not because they forgot him, because they were allowed to grieve him without also fearing what had taken him. I kept working, kept grocery shopping, kept scraping frost from the windshield in the mornings, and paying for oil changes, and pretending small talk in checkout lines did not feel like a language I had once spoken more fluently.
Life did not collapse. It narrowed. That is the distinction. I still occupied the same town, the same roads, the same routines, but I occupied them more carefully now, as if ordinary life had become a structure I moved through while checking for weak boards. And always, under everything, there was that sentence from the old man at the store. It isn't marking land, it's marking behavior. For months, I treated it like a clue I had failed to solve in time. Then, one night in January, I understood it differently. I had stopped at a motel outside Spearfish because freezing rain had turned the highway mean enough to make driving stupid. It was the kind of place I would normally have slept in without thinking. One-story exterior doors, sodium lights in the parking lot, a soda machine humming under an overhang. I checked in, carried my bag to the room, unlocked the door, and before stepping inside, I looked automatically at the ornamental tree planted beside the ice machine. I looked without choosing to. Looked for cloth. There was none. Only wet bark and road salt blown against the concrete base. But the fact that my eyes had moved there before anywhere else landed in me with sudden, ugly clarity. The woods had not only frightened me, they had trained me. That was the real transition into the colder part of the story. Not when I accepted that something impossible had happened on the ridge. Not even when I admitted no one else would ever fully believe it. The true corruption began when I saw that my body had started obeying rules I had never consciously agreed to. Scan the tree line. Notice the markers. Do not speak certain things aloud at night. Do not stay too long. Do not answer. Do not return casually to places once they have gone still around you. I wish I could say I resisted that knowledge more than I did. The truth is, once I saw it clearly, I also understood why those habits had taken hold so fast. Because they worked. And working in the wake of terror can look a lot like wisdom, right up until you realize it is also obedience. Chapter 6.2 The Convenience Store Return. I went back to the store in March, which was stupid for at least 3 different reasons. The first was practical. By then the roads had begun their annual thaw and freeze routine, where winter loosens just enough to turn everything mean. Snow still sat in the ditches in gray, crusted drifts, but the shoulders had gone to mud, and every parking lot in western South Dakota looked like it had been chewed and spit back out. It was not weather for wandering around chasing ghosts.
The second reason was emotional. I had spent months building routines strict enough to keep myself functional. Work, home, groceries, the occasional call to my mother. No second nights anywhere remote. No talking about the ridge unless I had to. Going back to the convenience store meant touching the beginning again, on purpose. It meant walking toward the last place in the story where someone had tried to stop us before the woods turned us into something else. The third reason was the real one. I wanted an answer from the old man. Not a grand explanation. Not mythology. I wasn't looking for him to pull a wrapped bundle from under the counter and tell me the secret history of the Black Hills. I wanted something smaller, and somehow harder to admit. Permission to believe what I already knew. Permission from another living person who had seen enough to recognize the shape of it and say, yes, that happens there. Yes, you heard what you heard. Yes, you are not losing your mind. You just walked into a system older than your understanding of it. I did not phrase it that way to myself while driving there, of course. I told myself I was following up, clearing something up, checking whether memory had exaggerated details under stress. The same little lies people use when the truth sounds too needy out loud.
The road south out of Rapid City looked uglier than it had in fall. Open fields showed through rotten snow. Fence lines leaned. Wet black earth pushed up beneath dead grass. The sky hung low and pale all morning, neither storming nor clearing, just pressing down. I kept the radio off the whole drive without deciding to. By then, silence in the truck had become less threatening than other people's voices. When I turned into the lot, the store looked exactly the same and completely different. Same cinder block shell, same tired canopy over the pumps, same soda machine with the busted side panel, same handwritten signs in the window trying to sell breakfast burritos and discount firewood. But spring had put a layer of wet neglect over everything. Meltwater dripped from the roof edge. Mud collected where gravel should have been. The patches of frost that had made the place feel sharp and brittle in October were gone now, replaced by soft ground and standing water reflecting a flat white sky. I parked by the pump and sat there for a full minute with the engine running. My hands stayed on the wheel longer than they needed to. I remember watching a pickup leave the lot while I sat there, the driver not even glancing my way, his tires spitting brown slush from the ruts. Normal life. Coffee, cigarettes, gas, errands. That was the offensive thing about all the places tied to what happened with Caleb. They refused to become visibly haunted. They kept serving breakfast, collecting receipts, selling lottery tickets, existing inside the same plain American day everyone else was having. Inside, the store smelled the same. Burnt coffee, old grease, floor cleaner, the medicinal cold breath of the chest freezer humming in the back. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead with that same weak electrical fatigue I remembered from the fall. There was jerky by the register, cheap gloves in plastic packs, batteries, cigarettes, hunting magazines gone soft at the corners, all the stubborn inventory of rural convenience stores that seemed to hold a little of every season at once. For a second, walking in there, I expected the old man to still be standing where he had been the morning Caleb and I stopped, by the coffee station, paper cup in one hand, denim jacket buttoned high. The kind of stupid expectation grief creates when it confuses memory with pattern. Of course he wasn't there. The cashier wasn't the same woman either. This one was younger, maybe late 20s, with her hair tied back and a sweatshirt advertising a volunteer fire department from somewhere farther south. She looked up when I came in, gave me the polite blank nod of somebody already working through the next 10 tasks in her head, and went back to sorting cigarettes behind the counter. I drifted through the aisles once before forcing myself up to the register with a coffee I didn't want. "You guys have a guy who used to work mornings here?" I asked. She barely looked up. "Depends how used to." "Older native man," I said. "Gray at the temples. Wore a denim jacket. Might have been here in October." That got her attention, but only because it required actual thought. She frowned slightly. "I've only been here about 8 months." "He wasn't working the counter," I said. "Just standing near the coffee. Knew the area. Warned us about a ridge west of Hill City." The phrasing sounded idiotic as soon as it left my mouth. A warning about a ridge. Even to me, it carried the tone of somebody building towards something unstable. The cashier leaned one hip against the counter and squinted, as if the face I was describing might rise out of old staffing memories if she stared hard enough. "You talking about Raymond?" she asked at last. My pulse kicked once, hard enough that I hated myself for it. "Maybe. I don't know his name." She shrugged. "There was a Raymond came around here sometimes. Not staff, just local. Talked to everybody. Knew everybody's business, whether they asked him to or not." "Still around?" She made a face that wasn't quite a smile. Might be, might not. What does that mean? It means people say he died 2 years ago. She lifted a shoulder. Other people say they saw him at the feed store in January. Depends who you ask. I stared at her. She noticed, and some mild caution entered her expression. Not fear, just the social instinct that tells you maybe the customer's question matters more than it first sounded. "You know him?" she asked. "Not really." She rang up the coffee. Then maybe it wasn't him. I didn't move. She glanced toward the coffee station, then back at me. "There's been a lot of older guys in here over the years. Half of them look like somebody's uncle, and half of those are dead by the time anyone remembers to ask." "That's not funny." I wasn't joking. Something in my face must have changed then, because her tone softened. "Look," she said, "if it was Raymond, he hasn't worked here. Not while I've been around. Could have been hanging out, sure. Could have been somebody else entirely. Folks come through here and talk like they own every hill in 3 counties. I nodded too quickly, suddenly aware of how foolish I must have looked standing there gripping bad coffee over a question I could not explain cleanly. The whole trip had begun to feel stupid in the exact way I had feared it would. I had come back wanting an answer and found only the sort of local uncertainty that can rot around small places for years. Might be him, might be dead, might be somebody like him. The kind of ambiguity that never quite resolves because it belongs more to rumor than history. I took the coffee and thanked her, because politeness survives even when dignity doesn't. Then I stepped back outside into the thin, wet cold and stood under the canopy with my cup in one hand, feeling more embarrassed than afraid. That only lasted until I walked around the side of the building. I wasn't looking for anything specific at first. Maybe just trying to steady myself before getting back in the truck. The side lot was mostly mud where the plowed snow had melted and the sun still hadn't reached properly. A dented ice freezer stood beside the wall with one lid warped upward. Beyond it were 2 dumpsters backed against a fence line, their plastic sides streaked dark from runoff. Dumpster flies already swarmed there despite the cold, slow and black and stubborn. Around the back service door, freezer vapor spilled out in white gusts each time the seal gave, then vanished into the gray air. The smell was exactly what you'd expect. Rot, old grease, bleach, damp cardboard. And tied low around a young cottonwood growing just beyond the dumpsters was a strip of red cloth. I stopped so hard the coffee sloshed over my hand. The tree was no more than 5 inches thick, planted years too close to the gravel edge where nobody would have chosen it for decoration or shade. The cloth sat at about knee height, looped tight and finished with a knot so deliberate it looked almost formal. This was not faded debris, not old survey ribbon gone dirty with weather. The strip was clean enough at the folds to show it had been tied recently. The knot faced outward, visible from the angle I had approached, as if someone had wanted the marker to be found rather than hidden. The normal backlot ugliness around it made the sight worse. Not the deep woods, not fog and pines and wrong silence. A convenience store, ice machine, dumpsters, flies, white freezer vapor breathing from the service door. A single red marker tied low to a tree in a place where no ordinary person would ever think to look for one. I don't know how long I stood there. Long enough for the coffee to cool against my fingers. Long enough to understand, all at once, that the ridge had not been a sealed-off location. Whatever logic governed those markers did not require wilderness in the cinematic sense. It required places set slightly apart from attention. Places where most people would dismiss a strip of fabric as trash and keep walking. Then I looked down. The mud beneath the cottonwood held one clear print. Barefoot. At first glance, it could have been human. That was the worst part. It had the general shape the eye expects: heel, arch, forefoot, suggestion of toes. But the proportions were wrong, in the way a copied thing is wrong. Too long, too narrow through the middle. The toes pressed too evenly, as if they had been set down with more control than anatomy usually allows. The print angled toward the store rather than away from it, the impression sharpest at the front, as if whatever made it had been leaning in that direction when weight transferred. Pointed toward the door, toward people, toward warmth and fluorescent light and coffee and ordinary life continuing in total ignorance. My first instinct was to look around for witnesses, as if someone else seeing it at the same time might anchor it in the human world. There was no one. Only the hum of the freezers, the flies around the dumpster, distant tires on the highway, and the weak clatter of something being stocked inside the store. I should have taken a picture. I know that. I should have marched back inside, brought the cashier out, asked her who tied that there, made someone else look at the print before the mud softened or got trampled. I should have done a dozen reasonable things. Instead, I stood there and felt the old training come back into my body faster than thought. Don't touch it. Don't carry it. Don't say too much. Leave. The realization landed so cleanly it made me feel sick. I had come back to the store for permission to believe myself, and instead, I had been given evidence that belief no longer required permission. The warning had never belonged to one man or one ridge or one terrible night with my brother. It belonged to something broader, older, more patient than any official map of the area. I backed away from the tree without taking my eyes off the cloth. The coffee cup shook in my hand. A little of it spilled into the mud near the print and darkened the edge without erasing it. For one wild second, I thought I saw the white vapor from the freezer drift across the marker and shape itself into a shoulder-height outline beyond the cottonwood. Then it broke apart and was only cold air again. I got in the truck and locked the doors. Not because locks meant anything anymore in the old sense, because the body still reaches for ritual, even after it stops believing in protection. When I pulled out of the lot, I did not look back toward the side of the building again. But I knew, with the same cold certainty I had once felt at the edge of the woods before the first camp, that the worst part of the red cloth was never what it marked. It was how normal everything around it remained. Chapter 6.3 Caleb's Voice Where It Shouldn't Be. I told myself, after the store, that I had gone looking for trouble and found exactly enough of it to justify my own paranoia. That was the version I tried to live with on the drive home. Wet highway, gray fields, wipers ticking every few seconds across a windshield filmed with road spray. The whole landscape looked exhausted, thawing by degrees into something less clean and more exposed. And I tried to make my mind do the same. You saw a strip of cloth behind a convenience store. You saw a strange print in mud. That does not mean the thing from the ridge had stepped into town. It does not mean the woods had widened. It does not mean every ugly corner of ordinary life now belonged to the same map. The problem was, by then, I already knew how that reasoning failed. The body knows first. That had been true on the ridge, true in the shack, true in the hospital when every official explanation landed 1 inch short of reality. And now, driving away from the convenience store, I could feel the same cold certainty settling under my ribs again. The red cloth behind the building had not been random. and the fact that it stood beside dumpsters and freezer vapor instead of pines and granite made it worse, not better. For a few weeks after that, nothing happened. Or maybe things happened and I explained them away before they could take shape. That is another form of obedience, I learned later. Not denial exactly, more like active sanding. You smooth every rough edge of a detail until it fits through the doorway of ordinary life. Bad sleep becomes stress. Looking over your shoulder in parking lots becomes nerves. A rag on a fence becomes trash. A silence on the phone becomes bad reception. I got very good at that. Spring edged towards summer. The roads cleared. Grass came back in ditches. I worked too much because work, at least, had measurable outcomes. Paperwork finished. Calls returned. Trucks serviced. Parts ordered. Men like me have always known how to hide inside usefulness. It gives other people something respectable to point at when they say, "He's doing okay." I wasn't doing okay. I was functioning. That distinction mattered most at night. The first call came in late May, just after 11. I remember the hour because I had fallen asleep on the couch with the television on low and woke to my phone buzzing against the coffee table, hard enough to rattle a half-empty water glass. For one disoriented second, I thought I was back in the shack, that the sound belonged to something outside the wall. Then the room resolved around me, lamp off, television throwing blue light across the floor, cheap takeout containers still on the kitchen counter, and I saw the screen. Blocked number. I almost let it go to voicemail. Instead, I answered, mostly out of reflex. Hello? Nothing. Not static. Not the dead, open emptiness you get from bad connections. There was presence on the line, but no voice. Just the faint sound of somebody breathing close enough to the receiver that it blurred the edges of the silence. Slow. Not labored. Not panicked. Deliberate enough that after 3 seconds, I stopped thinking bad call and started feeling the skin at the back of my neck tighten. Who is this? The breathing continued. Then, very softly, so softly I could have convinced myself it was pipe noise or the television in the other room if I'd wanted to badly enough. Something brushed the line, with a sound like cloth moving across a microphone. I hung up. Not dramatically, just pressed the button and sat there with the phone still in my hand, every muscle in my body awake now, staring at the black screen as if another call might come through immediately and settle the matter one way or the other. It didn't. I checked the call log. Blocked. Duration, 19 seconds. I told myself spam, a wrong number, some drunk asshole cycling through blocked apps on a weeknight because making strangers uncomfortable was the only way he felt his own shape. Every explanation sounded thin, but thin explanations are still useful when they are all you have between yourself and a worse one. The second incident was harder to sand down. In June, I had to drive west for work and ended up spending one night in a motel outside Gillette. Not a remote place. Chain restaurants visible from the lot. Highway noise steady in the background. Sodium lights over the parking area, turning every windshield into a slab of orange glare. The kind of motel men use when they want a bed, a shower, and no memory of the room afterward. I checked in late and ate vending machine crackers for dinner because I was too tired to go back out. Around midnight, I stood outside my room smoking a cigarette I did not actually want, mostly because sleep had already failed twice and the parking lot felt easier to occupy than the bed. There were maybe 6 other vehicles scattered around. A work van, 2 pickups, an older sedan with one window taped up. Beyond the lot, A thin line of scrub and utility fencing separated the property from a drainage ditch and a stretch of undeveloped ground that sloped toward the highway. Nothing about the place suggested danger beyond the usual roadside inventory of petty theft and bad life choices. Then I heard Caleb's voice. Faint. Not close enough to panic me into motion. Just there, at the far edge of the lot, where the light died into open dark beyond the last parked truck. Evan. One word. Quiet. Not shouted across distance. Not ragged with pain like in the woods. This sounded almost conversational, the way he would have called my name from the other side of a garage when he couldn't find a wrench. The cigarette slipped between my fingers and landed near my boot. I did not answer.
That is the part that still haunts me most from that moment. Not the voice itself, but the speed with which I had learned not to respond. Months earlier, on the ridge, I had nearly run to him. Now, standing in a motel parking lot in another state, I froze and listened with the kind of stillness prey learns from repetition. The voice did not come again. Cars passed on the highway. An ice machine hummed under a metal awning near the office. Somewhere, 2 rooms down, someone coughed behind a closed door. Ordinary life continued around the sound like water around a stone, and I stood there, holding my breath until the cigarette had burned itself out against the pavement. I told myself afterward it had been a man in another part of the lot, a guest, a worker, somebody else named Evan, though I had never in my life trusted coincidence less than I did in that moment. Then I told myself I was overtired, that road noise and memory can make tricks out of distance. Then I went inside, locked the deadbolt, pushed the chair under the knob without thinking, and slept in shallow fragments until dawn. The third thing was almost too small to mention, which is how I know it mattered. A week after the motel, I was cutting through a row of storage units on the edge of town because traffic on the main road had backed up and I knew a quicker way around. Chain link fencing ran along one side of the property, patched in places where old sections had been replaced. Wind caught trash there sometimes. Receipts, wrappers, grocery bags, the pale detritus of parking lots and ditches. I saw something red snagged low in the mesh and almost kept driving. Then my body reacted before thought did. It wasn't tied, not formally, just a strip of red fabric twisted into the fence near one of the posts, caught there as if blown in and left. But it sat low, below knee height, and something about the angle of it against the metal links made me slow the truck enough to look twice. No one else would have noticed it, or if they did, they would have filed it correctly under trash. I drove on. That was all. No voice, no print in mud, no impossible face between the storage buildings. Just a scrap of fabric on chain link, enough to make my pulse change. That was when the larger understanding began to settle. Not all at once. Not as a revelation dramatic enough to respect. More like a cold, practical conclusion accumulating from repeated bad evidence. The ridge had not been unique. It might not even have been central. The markers were not bound to one patch of timber the way I had first wanted to believe. They appeared where they were maintained, and maintenance did not seem to require wilderness in the romantic sense, only edges. Transitional places, tree lines, fence lines, service roads, lots behind buildings, storage rows, trailheads. The kind of places most people move through without ever truly looking. Prepared spaces. That phrase came to me one night while washing dishes and stayed. Prepared not because something monstrous lived there all the time, in a fairy tale sense, but because the place had been marked into readiness. Named behaviorally, if that makes sense. A spot set slightly apart from attention.
A point where ordinary people would dismiss what they saw, and the ones who didn't dismiss it would begin learning the rules, whether they wanted to or not. The thing did not need to follow me constantly. That was the mistake I had been making in my fear. I kept imagining pursuit in the physical sense, as if what happened on the ridge had attached itself to me personally and would now stalk me from state to state like a predator in a bad movie. What I began to understand instead was colder and more humiliating. It only needed people like me to notice, to register the cloth,
To hear the voice and not answer. To see the edge of the system and go quiet. Once I understood that, the question changed from, is it following me, to something much worse. How many places already belong to it because people who know better keep passing through and saying nothing? I almost broke that silence once. A co-worker named Travis mentioned in late summer that he and his brother-in-law were planning a bow hunt west of Hill City. Not exactly the same ridge, not exactly the same drainage, but close enough that my whole body reacted before my face did. We were standing by the shop door with coffee in paper cups, morning just coming on, everybody half talking and half working. He was excited in the casual way men get excited when they think a trip still belongs to anticipation rather than outcome. "You know that country?" he asked. "Too well," I almost said. Instead, I asked which side they were coming in from. He told me, mentioned an old road, mentioned camping if the weather held, mentioned that a guy online had said pressure was light there if you pushed a little deeper than most people wanted to. I felt the words gather in my mouth. I could have said all of it right then. Not the full impossible truth, maybe, but enough. Don't stay if you see red cloth tied low. Don't move it. Don't sleep where the markers begin. If you hear a voice from the trees after dark, do not answer it, no matter who it sounds like. I could have given him the shape of the danger, even if I could not give him the explanation. What came out instead was this: just watch your weather and don't get too ambitious late in the day. A lot of guys get turned around up there. He nodded, appreciating the advice exactly as much as it deserved. "Yeah," he said. "That's what I figured." Then he changed the subject to broadheads. I stood there holding my coffee, already sick with myself. That was the chapter's real twist, if there is such a thing in life. By then, the horror no longer needed to prove itself with voices, faces, or knocks. Its broader victory was already underway. It existed wherever the markers were maintained, yes, but just as importantly, it persisted because people who had learned the edges of it began editing their warnings into something safe and forgettable. I had become one of those people. Not fully, not proudly, but enough. And once you notice yourself doing that, once you hear how gently you soften the truth so another person can keep smiling, you begin to understand that silence is not just a symptom of fear. Sometimes it is part of the system. Sometimes the system survives because it teaches the right survivors how to speak around it, without ever speaking of it at all. Chapter 7.1. A new place, the same marker. It happened almost a year later, which is the kind of phrase people hear and mistake for relief. Almost a year later sounds like distance, like time enough for scars to flatten and habits to ease, and memory to lose the sharpness that makes a man check every tree line before stepping out of his truck. It sounds like the after, the part where a story settles into something a person can carry. But time only did one useful thing for me after Caleb vanished. It taught me how to function while afraid. By then I was good at that. Good enough to travel for work without making excuses.
good enough to sleep in roadside motels and eat in chain restaurants, and stand in checkout lines while my eyes made their quiet rounds over exits, windows, ornamental trees, fence posts. Anywhere a strip of cloth could wait without being noticed by the wrong kind of person. Good enough that people who knew what had happened with Caleb would sometimes say things like, "You're doing better." And I would nod, because correcting them felt like a waste of everyone's time. I was driving through eastern Wyoming that evening, heading back toward South Dakota, after 2 long days of site visits and bad coffee and too many hours on the highway. It was late October again, or close enough. The season had come around without asking permission, bringing the same washed-out skies, the same early dark, the same dry yellow grass beaten low beside service roads and commercial lots. I had been on the road since before sunrise, and by the time I rolled off the interstate near a town I barely knew well enough to pronounce correctly, I was too tired to keep pretending I would make it home. The exit was ordinary in the bleak American way these places often are. A gas station with too many pump islands and not enough customers. A sporting goods store set back from the road behind a wide sheet of parking lot. 2 fast food places facing each other across a shared entrance. A strip of newer apartment buildings farther back, still trying to look clean. And off to one side, behind a chain-link perimeter and a coated front gate, a storage facility built from long, low rows of roll-up doors and fresh, pale concrete. I booked a room at the motel closest to the highway because it looked forgettable. That was one of my newer habits, too. I no longer chose places with charm. No historic lodges, no cabins, no charming rentals tucked into timber, no quiet little places a friend recommended because they were secluded. Secluded had become another word for unobserved, and unobserved was not the same thing as safe. I wanted lights, asphalt, vending machines, and the kind of architecture that assumed no one would stay longer than a night. The motel delivered exactly that. 1 story, exterior doors, ice machine by the office, a row of trimmed shrubs out front trying their best against wind-blown dust and road salt. The desk clerk was a woman in her 50s, with reading glasses on a chain and a television playing cable news too softly behind her. She slid a keycard packet across the counter, circled the Wi-Fi code, and warned me the ice machine on the far end was broken. I thanked her, carried my overnight bag back out, and stood for a second in the orange wash of the parking lot lights, listening to the distant hiss of traffic. Nothing about the place felt wrong. That mattered. There was no pressure in the air, no deep woods silence, no fog between trunks, no sensation of being watched from the edge of visibility. The highway was close enough that sound never fully emptied out. Cars passed on the frontage road. Somewhere in one of the neighboring units, a toilet flushed through the wall. A dog barked twice from the apartment complex across the lot and was shushed by a woman's tired voice. The whole evening wore the familiar, slightly worn texture of America in transit. People checking in, unloading, microwaving bad dinners, doing laundry in coin machines, living temporarily in places no one would remember. I parked in front of room 114 and stepped out. The air had that dry edge that comes before a true freeze, but hasn't gotten there yet. My shoulders ached from driving. The back of my neck felt hot with road fatigue. I remember thinking only about a shower and 5 hours of sleep before the next leg home. Then I saw the family. Not really a family, I guess. A couple in their 30s maybe, with a little girl in a pink jacket and a teenage boy too lanky for his own body yet. They were parked 3 spaces down in a dark SUV hitched to a small trailer piled with outdoor gear. Coolers, collapsible chairs, a tote of hiking poles. One of those plastic bins people use when they're trying to make weekend adventures look organized. The man was laughing about something while wrestling a duffel out of the back. The woman stood beside the trailer checking her phone and telling the little girl not to run near the road. The boy had already pulled a pair of boots from the cargo area and was dropping them one by one onto the pavement. They looked like the kind of people who believed in national parks, trail snacks, and weather apps. Good people, probably. Tired from the drive, thinking about tomorrow. Thinking maybe they'd get an early start and beat the crowds to whatever trailhead they were heading for. I noticed them because that is what I do now in places like that. I note who has just arrived, who is unloading, who is moving as if the next 24 hours belong entirely to them. Then I note the edges around them. That second part had become so automatic I was halfway through it before my conscious mind caught up. Fence line near the lot, small ornamental tree by the motel sign, drainage ditch beyond the curb, gate to the storage facility across the access road. No cloth, no red, nothing. I exhaled and reached for my bag in the back seat. A truck passed on the frontage road. Headlights slid across the chain-link gate of the storage facility and then off again. In that brief wash of moving light, something caught low against the metal. I straightened without meaning to. At first, I told myself it was only the reflection of taillights off a lock or latch. Then another car went by, and the light skimmed the gate again, and this time I saw the shape clearly. A strip of red cloth tied through the chain link at about thigh height near the latch housing. Not dangling loosely. Knotted, fresh enough that the color held even in sodium light. The gate stood 30 yards away across the access road, part of the storage facility rather than the motel, a place no one in the motel parking lot had any reason to study twice. The cloth sat exactly where a person unlocking the gate might not notice it unless they were already the kind of person who had learned to look low. My right hand tightened on nothing. The family 3 spaces down kept unloading gear. The little girl was saying something excited about a lake. The father laughed again. The mother, still looking at her phone, said, "We'll only have time for the short trail if we don't get moving early." Short trail. The phrase landed in me like a cold nail. I looked back at the red cloth on the gate. There was no drama in the scene. No impossible silence. No figure standing just beyond the limit of light. A self-storage place with a coded entry. A motel lot. A family planning a hike. The ordinary, smooth workings of the kind of American evening nobody remembers until it goes wrong. That was precisely why it felt so bad. The system had not invaded normal life. That was the old mistake in my thinking. The one that still treated what happened on the ridge as some separate category of horror that occasionally intruded into civilization. Standing there in the motel lot with my overnight bag still in the back seat, I understood the colder truth. This was normal life. The markers had always existed inside it. Trailheads beside subdivisions, storage gates, ornamental trees by office parks, motel handles, fence corners, service roads. The edges had simply been easier to ignore when I did not yet know how to read them. I glanced around the lot again. No one else had noticed. Of course they hadn't. The desk clerk inside the office was still watching television. A man in a reflective work jacket was unlocking his room 2 doors down while talking into a headset. The family kept moving bags and boots and trail food with the same harmless, distracted rhythm I imagine Caleb and I must once have had ourselves. The boy stooped to tie his bootlace. The little girl twirled once on the stripe between parking spaces. Somewhere near the ice machine, a compressor kicked on with a mechanical hum. I shut my truck door softly. The motel room keycard felt flimsy and useless in my fingers. The red cloth on the chain link gate remained exactly where it was. Low and patient, and impossible to explain to anyone who did not already carry the right kind of fear. Not hidden, not displayed theatrically, simply placed. Part of the environment now. The sort of thing a person could walk past 100 times and never truly see. The man from the SUV looked over and caught my eye for a second. "Long drive?" he called. "Yeah," I said. He nodded in that easy roadside solidarity men offer each other when they are both tired and neither wants a real conversation. "Us too." I almost said something then. Not the truth. I don't think I had the courage for that even if I'd wanted it. But something. A softened version. Watch your trailhead. Don't go anywhere if you see cloth tied low to trees or gates. Don't assume marked places are official. Don't sleep where the quiet starts. Anything. Instead, I looked past him toward the storage gate again and said, "Looks like weather's turning." He glanced automatically up at the clear enough sky and smiled. "That's what makes it fun, right?" I made a sound that could have been agreement and could have been nothing at all. Then I carried my bag to room 114 while the family kept unloading their weekend, and the red marker held its place at the gate across the road, low and ordinary, and waiting for whichever kind of person would understand it first. Chapter 7.2. The moment he could warn them. I stood outside room 114 with the keycard in my hand and watched them for longer than any stranger should watch another family in a motel parking lot. That is one of the details I would probably leave out if I were trying to make myself look better in the story. But leaving it out would change the shape of the truth, and by then the shape of the truth was all that mattered. I did not glance once, register the danger, and freeze in some clean, dramatic beat. I watched. I watched the father carry in a cooler with both hands because it was heavier than he had expected. I watched the woman pull a folded park map from the glove compartment and flatten it against the hood. I watched the boy haul hiking poles and a sleeping pad while pretending he wasn't tired. I watched the little girl jump over the concrete parking stop twice until her mother said her name in that patient, warning tone people use when they want to sound calm in public. I watched all of it, because part of me had already begun measuring them against us. Not in age, not exactly, not in circumstance, just in the ordinary arrogance of people arriving somewhere under the assumption that the next day belongs to them. Caleb and I had looked ordinary too. That was the part that hurt. We had not entered the hills wearing visible doom. We had looked like everyone else who stops for gas, checks maps, unloads gear, jokes to keep the trip light. The family, 3 spaces down, looked exactly like the kind of people a place like that would swallow cleanly, because no one would ever think of them as having crossed into anything but recreation. I should have gone inside right then. Shower, bolt the door, stay out of it. That was the practical move. By then I had spent almost a year building a life out of practical moves. Notice, avoid, leave in the morning. Do not involve yourself where involvement changes nothing except your own exposure. Instead, I kept looking. The first red cloth at the storage gate had already been enough to make the parking lot tilt around me in that subtle, terrible way I had come to know. Not visually. Not enough that the concrete or the motel sign or the family itself seemed unreal. More like a second set of meanings laying itself over the place, while everything outwardly ordinary remained intact. Gate, trailer, motel rooms, ice machine, access road. Under that, edge, marker, possible route, prepared space. Then I saw the second strip, farther off this time, enough that if I had not already been searching, I would have missed it entirely. Beyond the storage facility, behind a row of newly planted ornamental trees dividing the property from a drainage swale, a second dark red strip hung low around the trunk of one of the saplings. Smaller than the one at the gate, less visible. More like the original marker Caleb had taken down in the woods. Low enough to escape casual attention, deliberate enough that once seen, it could never again be mistaken for random trash. My mouth went dry. 2 markers. Not one isolated rag caught in chain link. A pattern. I looked between them automatically, tracing the silent line from the gate across the lot edge to the sapling beyond. Not a straight line, exactly. More a progression. A way through. That was when I noticed the ground.
At the edge of the storage facility fence, where landscaping gravel gave way to a strip of dirt and dead grass, one patch of earth looked brushed low in a way the rest did not. Not footprints, not obvious disturbance. Just a shallow, flattened area at child height and below, as if something had crouched there long enough to press the grass and grit outward, without ever leaving a clear shoeprint behind. I had seen similar ground at the ridge, and told myself afterward that memory was exaggerating. Looking at it now, I knew memory had in fact been generous. The family was still talking. The father had opened the trailer and was handing out headlamps and one bright plastic water bottle at a time. The little girl wanted to know if there would be bears. The boy said something that made the father laugh and correct him. Their voices carried cleanly in the dry evening air. Human sounds, domestic sounds. They made the rest of it worse. Then the smell came. Not strong. If it had been strong, I might have doubted it less. It arrived on one narrow seam of breeze from beyond the storage units, as if the wind had reached past some hidden corner and returned carrying a memory rather than an odor. Wet fur, rot. Something faintly sweet and spoiled beneath the surface of it. The same note that had drifted down into the wash under the fallen pine while I lay in mud, pretending the trunk above me still meant concealment. The scent hit so hard and so specifically that my whole body reacted before thought. My shoulders locked. The keycard bent slightly between my fingers. For one hideous instant, the motel lot vanished behind the force of recall, and I was back beneath roots and deadfall, staring up at the underside of the log, while something with weight moved above me and chose not to attack. When the parking lot returned, nothing visible had changed. That was part of the corruption. The body kept learning faster than the eye.
The father shut the trailer gate. The woman tucked the folded map under her arm. The little girl twirled once more, then tripped over her own boot and laughed. The boy rolled his shoulders, like he was already feeling tomorrow's hike in his back. Normal life. The same machine continuing to run while another system sat almost invisibly inside it. Then I heard the knocks. 3 of them. Very faint. So faint that if I had not gone still at the smell, I might have let them pass under the level of conscious notice entirely. They came from somewhere behind the ordinary structures, muffled by walls and distance and the low mechanical hum of the motel. Not on a tree this time, not with the hollow resonance of timber in open woods. More like wood or composite striking against something fixed behind the storage rows, just enough to keep the shape of the old pattern. Knock. Pause. Knock. Pause. Knock. I looked toward the sound and saw only the back line of the storage units. The security light over one corner, the ornamental trees barely moving in the evening air. No one else reacted. Of course they didn't. The family's conversation rolled on over it. A truck pulled into the motel lot and slowed, headlights washing over room doors. Somewhere near the office, a vending machine compressor clicked on. The whole scene remained insultingly mundane. And I knew. Not guessed, not feared, knew. I knew what the markers meant in that place. I knew what the smell meant. I knew the knocks did not need darkness and deep woods to matter. I knew the thing that had taken Caleb, or the system around it, which by then felt more accurate than calling it a single creature, did not require cinematic isolation. It only required a prepared edge, and a few people willing to ignore the signs until the signs no longer needed to be visible. I started walking toward them. That is true. One step off the walkway, then another across the parking lot, keycard still in hand like a useless blade. I did not know what exact words I would use. I only knew that silence had become unbearable for 1 second, and motion felt like the answer. The father looked up as I got closer. I could have said it then. Not all of it. Not the dead father's voice outside the shack. Not the upright boot in mud. Not the trail of things left behind to be followed. But enough. Watch for red cloth. If you see it near your trailhead, turn around. Don't sleep where the markers begin. If you hear anything after dark, don't answer. Enough to give them a chance, maybe. Then I stopped. Not because they looked at me strangely, not because I suddenly forgot how to speak. I stopped because all the rationalizations I had been building for a year hit me at once, like men rushing a door from the inside. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe this lot has some employee using tape for a gate latch, and some kid tied a second strip on a tree. And the smell is trash, and the knocks are maintenance, and you are about to terrify a family because your grief has widened into superstition. Maybe you'll sound insane. Maybe the father will smile politely and say, "Thanks, man, appreciate it," and then later laugh about the weird guy at the motel who warned them about ribbons in the dark. Maybe speaking changes the rule. That one came without language first, and then clothed itself in words. I had no proof of it, none. But it had been growing in me all year, fed by omission and instinct, and the way the red cloth in my jacket drawer had felt less like evidence than like a thing I was not supposed to circulate. What if warning directly did not help? What if naming it to the unmarked dragged them deeper instead of away? What if speaking the pattern aloud in the wrong place made you part of the marking? Maybe direct warning marks you too. That thought settled hardest of all, not because it was noble or sacrificial, but because it fit too neatly into the behavior I had already been taught. Notice, withhold, leave. A whole year of training disguised as caution rose up inside me and called itself common sense. The father was still looking at me, waiting to see whether I intended to ask something. "Everything all right?" he said. The question broke me in a way fear had not, because the true answer was no, and not only because of what might happen to them. No, because in that moment, I saw with absolute clarity what I had become. Not a survivor in any redemptive sense, not a witness carrying a burden no one else could understand. Just a man standing within speaking distance of possible danger, fully aware of it, and still negotiating with himself for permission to remain silent. I could hear my own voice if I chose to use it. I could hear the little girl asking whether they'd need jackets in the morning. I could smell, faintly still, that rotten, sweet animal note slipping along the edge of the lot from somewhere behind the storage units. I could see the cloth on the gate without even turning my head. And I said, "Yeah, sorry. Thought you were somebody else." The father gave a small, puzzled smile. "No problem." I nodded, stepped back, and that was it. No lightning strike, no sudden movement at the edge of the lot, no punishment descending for cowardice or prudence, or whatever word a person would prefer. The family turned back to their gear. The woman asked the boy to carry the food bin inside. The little girl ran ahead to their room. Life continued with such humiliating smoothness that for 1 second, I almost believed I had done the sensible thing after all. Then, while I was walking back toward room 114, I heard the faintest brush of movement behind the storage fence. Low and measured, too heavy for wind and too controlled for accident. I did not turn around. That was the real defeat, not fear. Fear had been the beginning. Fear in the shack, fear in the wash, fear at the upright boot. Fear still had something human in it because it recognized danger and wanted life. This was colder. I let the keycard open my room. I stepped inside. I shut the door without slamming it. I locked it and set the chain by habit. Then I stood in the center of the motel room, listening to the muffled television from next door, the hum of the heater unit under the window, the soft thud of footsteps from the family 3 doors down as they settled in for the night. I had wanted, for almost a year, to believe that what happened with Caleb had left at least one clean obligation behind. If I ever saw the pattern again, I would warn someone. I would do for them what the old man at the store had tried to do for us, only louder, more clearly, with the authority of experience behind it. But when the moment arrived, what I did instead was exactly what the place had been teaching me to do since the first marker came loose in Caleb's hand. I noticed. I understood. And I left quietly. That was the final horror hidden inside all the others. Not that the system could mark a ridge, a gate, a tree, a motel edge. Not even that it could reach into ordinary places and remain invisible to most people. The final horror was that it could teach a man like me how to help maintain that invisibility without ever once asking for loyalty. Only silence. And by then, silence was already the language I knew best. Chapter 7. 3. Final realization/cold ending. I used to think survival was something you could point to. A body pulled out of the woods, a hospital bracelet, scars in the palm. A man who keeps breathing after an event that should have ended him. That is the version people like because it offers shape. Beginning, middle, aftermath. A terrible thing happens, and then the terrible thing is over except for grief, which is considered respectable because everyone already has language for it. That is not what happened to me. What happened to me was smaller, slower, and in some ways meaner than death would have been. Death, at least, completes a sentence. What the ridge did was leave me alive enough to keep adjusting. That was the real change. Not nightmares, though there were plenty of those. Not the obvious damage. Not even the fact that Caleb never came back and was eventually converted by paperwork into the kind of absence people can discuss over kitchen counters without lowering their voices too much. The real change was behavioral, practical, quiet enough that if you met me now and knew nothing about those woods, you might mistake it for caution, maturity, or one more man aging into habits he never used to question. I do not stay anywhere casually anymore. That is the first thing. People notice it without understanding it. Coworkers joke that I'm impossible to pin down, that I always leave early, that I'm the first man to turn a weekend trip into a one-night stopover, and the first one on the road the next morning. Women I tried dating after Caleb vanished called me guarded, then private, then difficult, then eventually nothing at all, because I had a way of making every place feel temporary. Hotel rooms, cabins, campgrounds, borrowed guest rooms, roadside motels, family lake houses. None of them ever quite become shelter in me. They are all arrangements, provisional, good for a few hours if I can keep the exits mapped and the edge of the place in my head. I scan foundations now before I enter. Tree lines too. Not dramatically, not like a man in a movie expecting snipers. Just a quiet sweep of the eyes I rarely think about until after I've done it. Where does the ground fall away? What's planted too close to the wall? Which side of the lot drops into brush? Are there ornamental trees low enough to hide a strip of cloth? Is there a fence line beyond the lights? Is there a service road behind the building that no one would consider part of the place until something used it that way? I notice cloth instantly. That one still surprises me sometimes, the speed of it. A red rag tied to a trailer hitch, survey ribbon on a fence, a kid's mitten caught in a hedge. The eye snags, the body tightens, the mind catches up second. Most of the time it is nothing. Always, I check anyway. If I am with someone when it happens, I have learned to hide the pause inside other motions. Looking for my keys, reaching for the door, turning to answer a question half a beat later than normal. I avoid certain names aloud at night. This is the part that would sound craziest if I said it plainly to anyone, which is exactly why I never do. I do not say Caleb's name once the sky has gone fully dark unless I have no way around it. I do not say my father's name outdoors after sunset at all. Even writing that here makes something in me recoil, though I know perfectly well that language on a page and language in the air are not the same thing. Or maybe I only hope they aren't. The difference hardly matters anymore. The avoidance became habit so long ago that it no longer feels like superstition. It feels like grammar, a way of speaking that keeps certain doors from being mistaken for entrances. And no, I do not sleep over one night in remote places if I can help it. I have told myself there are practical reasons. There always are. Work in the morning. Better roads if I leave early. Weather. Traffic. Responsibilities. All true. Still true. But beneath them is the older, simpler truth. I no longer believe a place that has noticed me improves with a second night. The second night is when your presence stops being arrival and becomes participation. The second night is when you are no longer passing through. The second night is when a space has had time to teach you how it wants you to behave. That was the old man's warning, though I understood it too late, and then for years only halfway. It isn't marking land, it's marking behavior. For a long time, I treated that line like folklore translated into practical language. A local man's way of saying, there are bad places and old rules, and people survive them by respecting what they don't understand. That interpretation still flattered me, because it let the markers remain something like warning signs. Strange, yes. Ominous, yes. But essentially protective, if read correctly. I don't think that anymore. Now I think the cloth was never simple decoration, and maybe not warning either, at least not in the merciful sense of the word. I think the markers were maintenance. Boundaries, yes, but not merely of territory. Boundaries of behavior. Permissions. Corrections. A system that does not need to stand over every acre all the time, because it has already taught certain people how to notice, how to avoid, how to keep moving, how to withhold. how to leave without drawing wider attention to what they have seen. I think that is why the markers appear low, not because they are meant for everyone, because they are meant to be missed by most people and found by the ones already close enough to changing. I think that is why the old man at the store looked tired instead of afraid. I think he understood that warning someone is not the same thing as saving them. And I think he probably saw, in the way Caleb laughed and in the way I half listened, exactly how those woods were going to read us. By the time I came to understand all of that, it was already evening at the motel in Wyoming, and I had done the one thing I used to promise myself I would never do. I had seen the pattern, and I had left another family to it. I wish I could tell you I sat in that room and wrestled with it like a decent man. That I paced, drank, stared at the wall, argued with my own cowardice, reached for the phone, almost called the office, almost walked back out and knocked on the family's door. Something dramatic. Something that would at least let me claim the final failure cost me effort. The truth is meaner. I sat on the edge of the motel bed with my boots still on and listened to the heater hum under the window. I watched the local news with the sound off for maybe 20 minutes without seeing any of it. At some point, the family next door, or 3 doors down, I had lost track of exactly which room was theirs, laughed about something. A child's voice rose and fell. Water ran in pipes. A truck pulled through the lot and left again. Normal sounds kept happening around me, and with each one, the argument for getting involved grew thinner. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe the cloth on the storage gate was only cloth. Maybe the second marker at the sapling belonged to a maintenance worker or some kid with too much time and not enough supervision. Maybe the smell had come from the dumpsters. Maybe the knocks had been construction, loose siding, a pallet shifting in the back of a service truck. Maybe I was no longer qualified to distinguish danger from memory, because everything now passed through Caleb on its way to me. All those maybes arranged themselves helpfully, one after another, until they became something that looked almost like reason. But under them, more quietly and more honestly, were the other thoughts. Maybe warning them changes the rule. Maybe direct warning marks you. Maybe speaking clearly in the wrong place is its own kind of answer. Maybe the best thing a person can do is leave fast and say little. Those were not rationalizations. Not exactly. They were training. That is what I know now. A year of habits, omissions, softened warnings, shortened stays, names left unsaid. All of it converging toward one outcome. When the moment finally came to act against the system, I chose instead to behave in the way the system had been teaching me to behave all along. Careful, mobile, observant, quiet. Eventually I stood up, took the key card, and stepped back outside, because I had left the phone charger in the truck. The parking lot had gone darker in the hour since I'd checked in. The highway was still audible beyond the frontage road, but traffic had thinned. The apartment building across the lot showed a few lit windows now, squares of yellow cut into blue-black siding. The storage facility sat mostly in shadow, except for one security light above the gate. The family's SUV was closed up. No one moved around it. Their room curtains glowed faintly from inside. I walked to my truck, opened the door, and reached behind the passenger seat for the charger. When I turned back toward my room, something on the handle caught the light. For 1 second, I thought it was part of the plastic "Do Not Disturb" tag the motel used, some cheap colored tab left by housekeeping. Then the angle changed, and I saw the knot. A strip of red cloth tied to the outside handle of room 114. Low, not dangling at eye level, where a prankster or a bored teenager would put it for effect. It had been looped through the handle and drawn down, so the loose end hung at about a child's height, brushing the door panel with the faintest movement in the night air. I stopped walking. No sound came with it. No footsteps in the lot. No shifting gravel. No running shape cutting between the parked vehicles. The family's room remained softly lit and unaware. The clerk in the office was probably still watching television. Somewhere beyond the motel, a truck brake sighed on the frontage road. Just the cloth. Proof, placed quietly, that while I had been inside, explaining my silence to myself, something had already recognized me again. Not followed exactly. Recognized. That distinction mattered more than ever in that moment. The cloth on my handle did not feel like the opening move in an attack. It felt like acknowledgement. A note slipped under the door in a language I had spent a year learning, whether I wanted to or not. We still know you. You still know how to behave. I looked across the lot before I looked at the cloth a second time. That is the detail I want to lie about and can't. I did not reach for my phone. I did not call the police. I did not go pound on the family's door 3 units down and drag them into the lot by their sleeves and tell them to leave right now, no questions. I checked the parking lot first. I checked for who had just arrived. Because by then, I understood the system better than I ever wanted to. It did not need me dead. If it had wanted that, I would have been left in the wash under the fallen pine. It did not need to catch me again, or chase me from state to state, or make spectacle of itself in order to win. It needed something colder and more durable. It needed me careful enough to keep looking, moving enough never to settle,
Observant enough to notice the markers,
quiet enough not to ruin the arrangement for whatever came next. That was the final corruption. Not that I survived, Caleb. Not that I saw the cloth on my own door. That when I saw it, I already knew the correct behavior. When I saw the cloth tied to my door from the outside, I didn't call the police. I checked the parking lot for who had just arrived.